4 years. So that's a picture there from Facebook at the bottom there. And you can see that we've got the lead cluster at the top, we've got a reflection photo, same photo reflection selfie. We've got the bedroom door and the cabinet with pictures on top, the headboard of the bed, the cushions, the picture opens on the headboard, everything matches up to the machine. No, it's not like you wash your face, it's an reflection of 3 of the products. So we've got another one here. This is another figure related, also got shortages of deliveries, thousands of pounds. Now, ultimately, when we look at the pictures, any type of investigation, or even the risk profile and vulnerability, pictures can tell so much information to us. And ultimately, in order to work out what is looking at things, the outcomes of you looking at things online could have a massive impact on people's lives. So you've got to make sure you get it right. So it's somebody didn't realise that somebody else that said one products on Facebook Marketplace, and then they continue to defend Facebook Marketplace, and they realised that all those products being sold were the ones that were being short delivered, and they're being sold on this fake account on Facebook. So we've got some product there on the wall, covered in mask. You can see that. What we've got, so basically, somebody asked this woman on the marketplace where she was, and she said BT11. So BT11 is about 500 different variations of postcodes and 300 different streets. So we've got this light on the wall, see the radius of the house in the background, and then she made the mistake of selling some kids' clothes on the marketplace on the same account as well. And you can see there through the window, you can see a grey house and a red house with a window, 2 trees. And we go. No fancy tools, we just spend the time on the systems. So 5 hours later, we locate the house just through looking at Street View. Nothing fancy, nothing clever, just persistence. And you can see the background match, you've got the trees, you've got the houses, you've got the house with extension at the back. And you can see the wall here where the products are photographed. And it's just a case of rotating around, and that's your house. And again, nothing special here. Onto the electoral roll, the open register, 192 in this case, and verified by GPG. And then we've got the house, and we've got the male and the female registered to vote at the house, fed those into the client, and the male was an agency driver. So they managed to fire him, and that stopped the whole effectively. But they continue to sell the products to this day, they stopped. But nobody's going to knock the door. When you look on the street, a lot of their neighbours have got flags on the wall at a certain time, and this road specifically is well known for fundraising for a certain organisation. But once you've found the person's real identity, then you go onto the real Facebook account and start printing, and you'll find similarities. So, for instance, her face, that really looks like her on the cartoon picture. So also, there's a selfie of outside the house, and that's the house that we're locating. So this is on our real Facebook, once we've got a real name. And you can see some flags there along the street, and nobody's going to go there and say, "Grab our lipstick." And then also she was selling these Santa pajamas on the fake account. And then you start looking at the real Facebook account, you can see a husband actually wearing those pajamas last Christmas. And also, she was selling this pair of kids' shoes. Gives you an indication of boys' shoes and the size of the shoe, possibly what, the gender and age of the kids and so on. But on the background, you can't see some clearly on here, is the worktop and the sort of the backsplash, you can wait where you've got the tilers, and there's a selfie on the kitchen, and everything matches the same kitchen, same worktop, same tiles. So another one is around people committing fraud. So people's kind of showing off, that they're sort of proceeds of crime effectively, where these people, this is sort of a mini OCG book in Yorkshire, and again where they're stealing products and selling them, they're probably been intercepting them when certain products are on the way to incinerate them. But you look at their social media, they're posting photographs of the cars that they bought, fancy cars that they bought from the money from fraud effectively, and they can't help showing off.
But one thing you need to be aware of is Facebook again, TikTok, or Instagram. So look at the content, photos. So say for instance you do a fraud investigation, this is absolutely top advice, I promise you, because this could be a lifesaver. What have they been posting? Nothing to do with fraud. What have they been posting on social media? So we've got this guy here showing his fancy car off, and again, proceeds of crime. And then when you start digging into social media, you're seeing with one of these dogs. You're going to be going knocking his front door with that dog in the house. And this is all real stuff. This is actually a live case. This is real stuff. So that dog may be in the house, or more than one dog. I think you've got two. These what the Excel bullies are called them. So you've got to be really sort of diligent. Look at the social media before you go and knock the front door, because you or somebody else's life could be on the line. If this dog sort of attacks, it could potentially kill. So you need to be looking at these sorts of things. Another one was wearing my law enforcement hats. So I've been in law enforcement. I'm a special officer in the National Crime Agency in my 10th year now. And it was an investigation. This is the mock-up here, but it was around a sex offender and on the CF side, and identified where he lived. So right, do some digging before the officers go and arrest him. And we found on Facebook photographs of two different handguns. This person, Eastern European, and he basically, anything he got to show it to his friends on social media. So right, there's a risk in, yes, he's a paedophile, suspected paedophile, but also, I believe, based on photographs on Facebook, that maybe two handguns in the house. So that meant a whole new sort of angle to how we're going to approach the house and knock the door. So that meant tactical firearms, which they did, when they arrested him in the search house and found the handguns. So if that had just been sort of a couple of officers knocking the door to arrest him for potential sex offences, and he pulled one of those guns out, that whole new sort of effect on those people's lives, or end them as effectively the worst outcome. So you have to be really careful and do some scrutiny around the profiles before you start knocking doors. Going to go live online. Bound to go on just for one okay, so we'll see where we go. Okay, this is gone. What's happening there? Second. Display settings. Okay, duplicates. Keep changes. Done. Right. So I've literally wrapped this up this morning to look at something fairly current. So this guy, his name is Blake Patterson, was released on license from prison for fraud. So basically what he was doing is he was dealing luxury cars and motorbikes, and he was selling vehicles to people that didn't really exist. They'd given him money and various other types of fraud. So into prison, released on license, and literally jailed again. This is just like from the 15th of 11, so just a few days ago, because he's at it again. So let's do some research around frauds. So look at his age, probably have Facebook. Yes, he has. So I can go to Facebook and just search his name. Unusual names always make it a bit easier to pick them out. So Blake Patterson is not a common name. So this looks like him here. Managing director at business owner who's in London. Oh, he's from Maidstone, so let's have a look at this. Now look at his intro there. Okay? It says something, doesn't it? It thinks he's I want to see his eyes. Look at all his photos. So showing family man, so I'm guessing just looking at this, not in a relationship with the mother of his child, because there's no photos of female at this point, I don't think. Okay, but we can see, again, fancy cars, and what else have we got? Got a boy, and not too many things there. When you're on a Facebook profile, Facebook, even if it's locked down, there's so much you can do. His Facebook looks to be open again. Fancy cars, Prime most likely 2017, and areas of interest like friends, and we've got an open friends list, so you can get an indication from his profile that he might fancy himself as a ladies' man who's connected with predominantly females, who's connected with starting new jobs from 14, and so on. Now, if we look at likes, likes can give an indication. This is the first time I'm looking at this up. I found the account I've not looked at it before. I like to find by the seat of my pants. So, get an indication for corruption, collusion, likes, okay, question mark. Policy support page, he likes his butchers. So these sorts of things can give an indication of location from liking their local booze and things like that. Pure Bar, Bexley Heath, and so on. And Windsor Wonderland maybe likes tattoos. Tom Jones, tribute band. And whatever that is. And maybe has his head on that, I don't know, Bexley Road. So again, it's linking into sort of Bexley sort of area for his lives. The other thing we're looking for, if it's switched on, and these things all depend on privacy settings. The search magnifying glass on Facebook. Never do any investigations use your own accounts, by the way. You need to have investigative passive accounts. But we can search here, let's search for keyword fraud. Okay, someone commented it. Okay. Okay. Right. So, not a happy customer, I will say there. So, you label this as one, probably a technical report. You took the ball, destroyed lives. Okay. So, a little bit of intel there, yeah. Essentially, we've got a look at anything else we can look at here? Well, the other thing you can do when you're looking at someone's profile, tip here on Facebook, is search their name. So if we search his whole name, like Patterson, what you might find there is post-phase tags. There we go. So he's had a crash here, look, rolled with his van, and managed to get his son out, and the son had to rescue him, to keep the windscreen in and drag him out of the bit. And we've got other stuff here that he's potentially connected to, a tag that he's posted, or whatever. So, okay, let's do that. Okay. Right, language board in there, we can see here. Is that checking that? I expect to see that, but there you go. So, useful intel. The other thing is, if we look at his username, so Blake Patterson, so he calls himself Blakey Patterson. That could be username that used elsewhere, but I'll have a quick look at that. But again, search his name, we've got the username there, the nickname Blakey. So we'll search for Blakey. Nothing come on there. So I've got this little free platform here, and we'll put Blakey Patterson. It's going to go anywhere, might not. Oh, we've got Kick. You don't want to be looking at Kick so often, it's like drugs and not very nice stuff. We've got Pinterest though. Blakey Patterson. Nothing on there. Now, you think Pinterest, what's going to be there? I had a case recently with a threat that was coming into one of the broadcasters, and via email. That email address was connected to a Pinterest account, and they were in a cluster of about 7, 8 people. And what they were using Pinterest to sell fake currency. And it was like, who'd have thought Pinterest? They're doing it, we should have known, they're basically looking at Pinterest and they're law enforcement. So you need to bear that in mind as well. You know, look at some of these sort of more unusual areas. So I'm going to go on to GBG now. So we use GBG, we've got Trace IQ, which is part of LexisNexis. Where we tab let me just look into this. I think as long as no one's been messing with my account, I can get straight into this. I did it or sink them through. Look again, keep looking again. GBGB, you're in the room. Okay. It's not looking in. Refresh it and come back to the step. Okay, let me go this way. I am going to get into it. Got it all set up on you. I'll go this way. Okay, 10-2. Password. So I'm using the password manager, never save passwords you browse, major vulnerability, irrespective of what the NCSC website says in the cybersecurity center. Okay, so let's do a search for his name. So it was Blake Patterson Mates. So GBG, fantastic resource. Never rely on a SQL tool. Mates, and that'll do. Blake Patterson Mates. There we go. So what we've got here, this is what we want from these tools. Consented data, so we've got 2 email addresses. So you pivot off those and start running them against different tools. And then we've got different mobile phone numbers and a landline number. So we can pivot off them, we've got an address for it. And we can see if there's any CTJs or credit addresses, that sort of experience I've checked. Now I'm going to go on to TraceIQ now. And I might have to log in here and try it. Blake Patterson, it's try that. See, this might be I'm a map user, by the way. I skipped my map doesn't connect to the screen, so that's why I'm thumbs on this. Do let me in. Anything else to log into that? Come on. It's time now. Try again. Yes, sign in now. It's not on the computer. Session. Set up the file at the end. Yes, sign in now. We have one more go. Last go. Right, that's that. So what I've intended on Nexus on Trace R-Type IQ is I've got the same data, but there's different email addresses. There are different email addresses than what we've seen on GBG. So with this one, those email addresses are probably linked to credit check data on Experian and Equifax. And on GBG, the most likely consented data where site PayPal or price comparison sites or loyalty cards. So you get different data sets there. So that's why we have more than one site. I'll go back to that because of time. Now, there's one good thing actually, if you're doing fraud investigations, you could find where that person's more active than the big player in someone's declaring disability and so on. You know, can barely leave the house and things like that. And it's not always the case. So I've got this sheet slide here. So we have one there. In Biggest Food, the video YouTuber. So he sort of does these eating challenges. And there was an employee of one of our clients watching a video, and they recognised somebody in the background. And basically, there's a guy who's been on sick since last May because of mental health issue, can't leave the house because of fear of people and so on. Where he'd been on full salary for over a year, and they spotted him in the background in the video. So we did an investigation, found out the cafe where the video was being filmed was actually owned by him as a sideline, and then found his email address, and that was linked to 35 Google reviews, including archery centre, fishing, tenpin bowling, and you can't leave the house, and it's across the whole year. And there's photographs of him on there with his little boy taking him to ice skating, things like that. They can't leave the house. So, you know, these sorts of tools can be really useful. So, you can use this for free without paying for the paid for version, and you can just run an email address. So this person hasn't done anything, but I'll just show you the sort of thing you can expect. So just put an email address in, accept the terms and conditions, and then you'll get the sort of pictures of what is it today. Large standing real life, that's the parrots, not the crow. Okay, parrot, that'll do. What is a small? Okay, just dig in there. So this is EPOS.com, it's a French platform owned by Sylvain, who's in Paris, who just spoken and checked him out. So we've got a name of the email address. And what we're looking for here, when you're looking for reviews, you want Google Maps like this. You can do this for free either on here, or if you want to do it by command line, there's a Python tool called Ghunt, G-H-U-N-T, and you can do it on command line. This is quite easy to do. So now we've got that, we just highlight it and right click and go to, that will tell us if there's any Google reviews, got a photograph and look at reviews. There we go. So we've got love the food, 6 years ago, I ate here all the time. Funny things like this. So Google reviews can give you an idea of life patterns and also of location and things like that. So, you know, fraud, see how active they are when they're declaring maybe they're unable to travel and things like that. There's something you might see them checking in some Guinness bar in Dublin or something like that. So, now, if you've got some issues around creating accounts for investigations, then just follow up. Here we go. So this is Nexus Explore, which is a Sydney-based business. It's a bit of a Swiss Army knife of tools. It's expensive, but it's amazing. So like Facebook, it'll dig into Facebook so we can see Blake there. And we've got all these profile pictures. We haven't had to create any accounts. We have to log into Facebook, so we're not leaving our footprint on his Facebook account. And then we've got things like all these posts here, and all this timestamps can be exported into a report or into spreadsheets and so on. And then we can extract friends, which has got 231, and they're all here. And we can just sort of dump those into a spreadsheet like that. And yeah, I'm just thinking of options for people who've got policies where they can't create those sorts of accounts to do this. So, if anybody wants to get trials, we don't get it. We use it, and you've got associations there. Then people probably reacted to his posts. And you can actually visit Facebook through a secure window within this tool without having a Facebook profile or anything like that. So, all depends on the policies of where you work. So just before I finish this, I'm having one more go just to get this, because it's just my nature. Systems. Let's sign in now. Yay! Right, okay. Right, so put his name. Never rely on a single tool, because you could be missing something, but you also need to verify what you're finding. You know, just if you're putting your neck on the line with an investigation, verification is absolutely mandatory. Then go. That's him, age 39. There we go. Put all his lovely phone numbers and put his email addresses. Now he's been referring to himself as Blakey Belfort, Gatsby's London. When you start researching Blakey Belfort, you'll find social media accounts called Blakey Belfort with their name, like Twitter, for instance. So, okay. And just to bring up this. So I run an open course, tends to be in Lichfield about 3 or 4 times a year. The next one, I'm not even advertising, it's already 3/4 booked up. It's a in the end of February. It's like a 4-day course. I say some of you have been on it here. And also doing some. So we ran one for Reigate Advanced last year or something like that. So then that's my phone number on there and my email address. The website is just blackstage.influence.co.uk. There's not that much on there, but we'll give you an insight. So I think I've more or less covered our time. So thanks for your time. Is there any other questions? 2 minutes for questions. Any questions? Any? No, all good then, yeah. Well, I'm in the round of meetings till about 12ish before I go late, so do come speak to me if you do want to ask anything. So, thanks everyone for your time and have a good day. Breakout session. So in this room, Duncan Reed from Champagne Base, in the court room, and my colleague will help you point the way, Brendan Weeks from Before the Graduate Panel. So if anyone wants to go to that session, you can go there now, unless you all want to stay and listen to Duncan from Champagne Base. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for you stay. I don't know what your presentation is, but it's not a good one. My name is Duncan Reed. I'm Technical Secretary for Chamber Police. I've served in Chamber Police now for nearly 33 years, and for the last 12 of that, I specialise in crime. Our biggest battle that's happening forward is convincing people why it's important, and that's always the battle I have. So, in all my time in the police, I've dealt with 6 organised crime, very different crimes, and the response I normally get when I go to a meeting, which is always around using resources, is it's only fraud. And it drives me crazy, because people do not see fraud as part did not see it as a threat. To be fair, compared to a lot of things we deal with in law enforcement and police, I understand why people got that mindset. So what I had to do over the last few years is completely change that mindset. So I work in a serious organised crime command, that's my background. So we deal with very high threat harm risk. So what I've done is gone out and researched and made it clear why fraud is such a big threat. So, in order to prove my point, we rely on statistics, which I'm sure you're all familiar with in your own workplace. So, because we're all people involved in the fraud industry, everyone deals with everything. So, from shoplifting to murder, so your burglars, robberies, your thefts, all of your offences against a person, criminal damage, all those offences, for the whole of Thames Valley Police and nationally, what would anyone say would be the percentage of all crimes that fraud represents? Any guesses? So again?
Fraud-related crime.
So, what percentage of all crime is fraud? How much?
50.
It's a great guess. Yeah, brilliant. It's actually 41% of all crimes. So, when you actually think about all the crime, this is where it's quite interesting. If I spoke to uniform officers, if I spoke to senior leaders in Thames Valley Police, their answer would be around 10%. People just do not understand the scale of fraud. And when you actually think of all the offences that are taking place daily across the country, the fraud being 41% of all crime is quite phenomenal. It's a worrying statistic. So actually, all of us in this room today are much more likely to be a victim of fraud than any other crime. So then when you start looking into why is it harmful, there were 4.5 million frauds in the year to March 2022. Now the worrying thing about these statistics is I personally think fraud is probably the most important crime. Because if you think about it, if you wake up tomorrow morning and check your bank statement and see that somebody has made a £10 payment you don't recognise, and you find out that was used to purchase server space in Croatia, you phone the bank, you tell them that wasn't me, they do a couple of checks, they say, really sorry about this, I've identified that wasn't you, and you refund £10 to your bank account. Do I then spend 2 hours on the phone to action fraud or reporting that as a crime? Am I actually guilty of a crime? Because technically, it is the bank. So we're talking about 41% of all reported crime and knowing that it's massively underreported. So that is why fraud should be a priority. There were over 3.6 million adult victims. The loss, that's an absolute guess. We believe the loss to fraud is tens of billions. That is the NHS budget. You know, tens of billions of pounds being lost to fraud every year. So we know it's massively underreported with a million reports. We know it's a 29% increase in the last 2 to 3 years. So it's on the rise. COVID didn't stop it. It just changed the way people were committing fraud. Didn't stop it, didn't prevent it, just continued. We've only had all of those million reported values, it's embarrassing to stand up in front of you and say this, there were only 7,000 positive outcomes for fraud. There were only 7,000 convictions for fraud out of all of them. That represents a detection rate of 0.7%, which is absolutely shocking, isn't it? I'm standing up here as a police officer telling you that detection rate is 0.7%. And that's probably because Thames Valley Police is one of the leading forces for fraud. I've got more resources in fraud than most of my colleagues who head up similar departments across the country. But I've only got 1% of police resources. So all of you are maths geniuses and you've worked out everything. The top one says fraud is 41% of all crime. Thames Valley Police putting 1% of their resources into fraud. So that's why the detection rate is 0.7%. So this is why we need a mindset change. 1 in 13 UK adults are convicted of fraud. So there's a straw poll there who's convicted of fraud. Yeah.
So, probably about right. So, 10% of people were victims of fraud in the year 2022. And more shockingly, because we're now assessing vulnerability victims, we're now looking at the real impact of fraud, 300 victims reported that they were considered suicidal as a result of fraud. And that is the startling statistic that stands out on those numbers. But the question is it harmless? Definitely not. Is it a victimless crime? Definitely not. Is it just white collar crime? Again, definitely not. I can tell you now, I'm seeing criminals who 10 years ago were involved in serious organised crime, armed robbery, high-level drug dealing, are now committing fraud. Why are they committing fraud? The same reason why we all changed during COVID. So during COVID, we adapted to work from home. You can't commit an armed robbery from home, but you can in the morning, sit your boxer shorts online, and empty someone's bank account. So criminals diversify. So the same way we all diversified during COVID, criminals did as well. So fraud is committed by all ranges of people. So people who've never been criminals before they got involved in fraud, and people who've been career criminals just using fraud as an easier, less risky way of making money. It really is as simple as that. So, what are we going to do to tackle it? That is the big question. So this is the National Strategic Approach. This comes out of the Home Office Review of Fraud and what they put forward as their guidance to all across the country as to how we're going to tackle fraud. It's broken down into 3 simple pillars, which for me is great because I can go to the hierarchy in Thames Valley and say, this is what's coming down from the Home Office, this is how I'm going to deliver it in Thames Valley. So the most important part of those 3 pillars is to stop the block. So what can we do to stop the block for the source? That means the whole report mechanism needs to change. Because not only do we need to take every single fraud report we possibly can and stop it being underreported, we need to analyse the fraud reports to see how many frauds are being committed and stop the block at the source. Why can we not stop these issues at that source? Why can we not quickly identify that number and send out all messages to people, all talking about world relativity parcels, all talking about access to bank accounts, etc. So the first thing the government is doing is introducing the stop the block. So they will work really, and I'll go through some slides later to show exactly how it's done. They will work really hard to stop the fraud happening in the first place. So that's been taken care of at the national level. The second thing is about empowering the public. So making sure that the public understand why they like to be a victim of fraud, that you can establish through the people in the room, why they are at risk of being a victim of fraud, and what they can do to stop them becoming a victim. And I'll show you some slides later. I've got some links outside. We've produced 3 really good, clear protection booklets which make people understand why they like to be a victim of fraud and how they protect themselves from becoming a victim. And then the last strand, firmly with local police forces, is to pursue enforcement. Because we know the detection rate of 0.7% is unacceptable, and we know a lot of criminals commit fraud because they believe, and correctly at the moment, they believe they are likely to get caught. And even if they get caught, they're not likely to get prosecuted. So our role in law enforcement is to up our game and make sure we proactively pursue people who commit fraud. So, we have a complete restructure. So in 2021, we moved the whole of our economic crime unit to deal with the big complex bribery and corruption cases over to the South East Regional Organised Crime Unit, where I headed up at the time. I did a review and realised we had a big gap in Thames Valley. So about 44% of all reported crime that comes through the Thames Valley Police was being sent to local response officers to deal with. So that response officer reports on 7 o'clock in the morning, picks up the response car, and deals with all the 911 numbers. And in between that, we're asking them to investigate the number of reasons why only 0.7% fraud is getting detected. So I put a business case to the Chief Constable. It landed at a very good time because we had all of the resource uplift from the government, and I managed to, in addition to my actual 14, get 40 exercises and 32 constables. So I've now got a team of 44, and that team of 44 now deals with all of those 41% water card companies as for. Now, on paper, again, managing expectations of senior management, which I'm sure you do every day, they think that's a really big team and a lot of police officers. I knew that was quite a lot of police officers until I turned the tap off to area and said, now send all floors to my central unit, and within a week we were there. So, what we need to do was look at our structure and make sure it's right. So what I've done is split up into teams. So I've got volume floor teams within our counties. So those of you not from Thames Valley, we are lucky enough to cover 3 counties, Berkshire, Buckinghamshire, and Oxfordshire. So if you break those down and look at some of the cities within those counties, it's huge. So Milton Keynes is almost like a police force on its own. Slough is like a metropolitan borough. So, you know, they come with their own police problems, but also a massive problem. So I have a detective sergeant, 7 constables, each of the volume floor teams, and I separate out detective constable 7 and look at the high arm floor. You go to that usual slide, is it harmless? Absolutely not if you're into courier floor, romance floor, or high value investment floor. It will change your life, it will ruin your life, and you might never recover. Some courier floor victims lose their whole life savings. And it can happen very quickly over 3 to 4 days. So courier fraud is a massive priority for us, followed by romance fraud, again, because it's committed generally in secret, generally a victim of romance fraud won't report until a much longer time after they lost their money. And high value investment fraud, again, is often lose their entire pension pot, their whole life savings before we even know about that. So I have a dedicated team just for those kind of offences. And the ones I've added in there are use of position, power of attorney fraud, inheritance fraud, and financial use of money. So hopefully you can see from there, there's a lot of high harm in there and a lot of vulnerability. This comes with somewhat of an apology to you if you are sat with a really complicated big fraud case, scratching your head saying, why is this not being dealt with? That's the answer. The answer is our bar in terms of fraud is actually quite high. It has to involve vulnerability of some sort, or has to involve a person in a position of trust. So if you've got a fraud that's been committed and the victim is a council or local authority, it doesn't fit into those categories. But we are here to help. So this is the existing National Fraud Investigation Model. You may have seen this if you've been on any City of London investigation courses. It's taught by the City of London, delivered by them, and it works really well. And what it essentially is doing is making sure, as an investigator, you're considering all of your options before you commit to a fraud investigation. Because those of you will know, once you start getting into a complex fraud investigation, you almost get lost in it. What we try to do is at the beginning, make sure we consider all of our options around what that investigation looks like, the size, parameters, what our exit strategy is, what is our end game, what we're looking at achieving. This model works really, really well, but it starts the investigation. And my view on that is we need to go back a step. We need to actually think about, before we start the investigation, what can we do for the victims? Because my probably most important role as head of fraud and territory police is working out which cases we're going to accept and which ones we are. And making sure for those cases we don't accept, we still make sure the victim is safeguarded, the victim is protected, and we give some sort of advice and guidance to them to stop the kind of victim. So I really don't know how that doing. And this is my territory police roadmap. This is all available to share. So what I looked at is those bits in yellow. So if we don't accept the investigation, let's make sure we've done a proper desperate evaluation of that case to make sure we understand that it's being reported, where the vulnerabilities are, where that intelligence patterns that we can feed back in. So if we've got a load of online shopping fraud where victims are lost, and we can see exactly where the loophole is, we flag that up to the Home Office and to the National Fraud Intelligence Bureau to make sure that information is shared. So even if we don't take on the investigation, we're adding value. If we file a case and no further action, we look at options to disrupt it with intelligence. So even if we can't take on that investigation, how do we stop that continuing? So that might be a search warrant and search warrant. It might be a report to another report. It might be an intelligence share with trade standards, DWP, HMRC, or other partner agencies. We can always look at the safeguarding and prevention in every single case. So in Thames Valley Police, on average in a year, we get 25,000 reports for. So roughly 400 to 500 victims' name addresses are sent to us for action for say to us, this is a person in Thames Valley Police who has been a victim of fraud. So we carry out an assessment of those reports and we make sure that any of those victims who are vulnerable to becoming a repeat victim, either by circumstance due to age or disability, or because of the crime type, we know if you're a victim of identity theft, you'll continue being a victim of identity theft until something changes. We know if you're a victim of courier fraud, you're likely to be on the list and share that with they know that someone will get that phone number, has got access to a bank account, and is susceptible to being tricked into hand over their money. So we know those crime types make them vulnerable. So anybody who is identified as vulnerable it's about 40 to 50 a week, get a visit from a community support officer or uniformed officer to be able to process the operational signature. So every single victim receives a safeguarding visit. There's analysis done around their crime type, there's analysis done around their circumstances, they could be vulnerable to other factors. If they meet the threshold of high risk, then we do another safeguarding further, and they go into the multi-agency safeguarding. So that is a service we give to every single victim. We make sure we address prevention and protect questions, even if we don't take the investigation. And that's how we do that. When we get into the investigation, we then got to consider what we're trying to achieve and what will be the result of the conclusion. Because again, quite often, you get to the fraud investigation, I'll tell you now, in Thames Valley, if we went to the Crown Prosecution Service tomorrow and successfully charged someone, we would like to get before the court in 2024. So even though our investigation is quick, the process of getting someone convicted to the court is a lot longer. We've really got to look at what is the benefit of a criminal investigation and prosecution. Are there alternative outcomes regarding civil prosecution, going after discipline, going after compensation? If you're dealing with somebody internally, is the actual quickest and quickest option to actually have the internal tribunal go with it, rather than waiting out on the criminal trial. We find we can actually be a hindrance to partner officers. Because whilst we've got a live investigation, everything else goes on hold. The civil case goes on hold, the tribunal goes on hold. You know, the financial conduct authority investigation goes on hold. So actually, if we do the first bit, we safeguard victims, we evaluate, we make a rationale about why we can't take on that investigation due to appropriate use of police resources, whatever the use might be, and we stop that criminal investigation, the civil side of it. So it's around having a learned conversation about what is it we're trying to achieve here. Do we really want someone who's committed £5,000 internal business fraud, suspended on full pay for a year, while we conduct a criminal investigation? At the end of that investigation, we say, we've concluded the investigation, over to you. Can you pay someone for a year without that sack? So actually, what process would probably be, have that conversation, it's not proportionate to investigate, conclude that investigation, give you intelligence, go to it. So it's about having those alternatives about establishing what we're trying to achieve. But in all cases, at the bottom, we make sure any intelligence is fed into the National Fraud Intelligence Bureau. And we know, and you'll know what your eyes about, I mentioned the words action It's got a really bad press, it really has. But the concept of it is amazing, because the concept of having one place for the whole of the United Kingdom where you can report fraud, and that fraud gets assessed on all the other frauds, and then sent to the appropriate law enforcement agency, is brilliant. So in April 2024, they're launching a very aptly named standing name, so FRAS, it might be a new name. That's going to be the new action fraud system. And that is going to be with better IT, with better functionality. It will give me, as a head of fraud technology for the first time, access to all of the data. At the moment, I only get what they send me. Trading standards do not get any referrals to action fraud, which I just find astonishing. So anybody who reports their own trading for action fraud, that comes into us. Trading standards don't even see it. So I've got rogue. We can share all that data with trading standards. We send them digital data, we send them all of the right trading data. We actually have a two-way process with the local authorities. So again, if you're not a Thames Valley, you need to go back to the lobby. If you are a boss, have those conversations. Because training standards and council now come along with their think jobs and ask for help and guidance, and everyone will take it. And we can also task them the jobs that we're aware of, but they're probably not around where traders tendency for so having that two-way task process with police is really important. Because we're missing big data. So for example, the Thames Standard has got a massive database of victims and vulnerability and crime types and the way people commit crime. We've got another one that they're talking to each other. So again, that intelligence sharing, back to NIB, goes all the way back to that first pillar for anti-stopping blocks. If we know all the fraud and how it's being committed, and who is susceptible to being evicted, we can put that stopping block in place. So that is our strategy. A quick run through fraud. The reason I talk about this is victims and quite often partner organisations really struggle with why it's so difficult to get fraud into the police, why it's so difficult to prosecute fraud. And actually, all we're talking about is gaining money by some form of triple by lying. I've heard of the person as fancy theft or lateral theft. It's exactly the same. The concept that we need to get our heads around is around being able to prove all evidence of the offence beyond the reasonable doubt. And that is our biggest problem with the police. So, civil prosecution is on the balance of probability. More likely than not will happen. So 5 out of 10, beyond a reasonable doubt, for criminal prosecution is right up there in the 8 out of 10. We've got to be absolutely sure and prove every element of the offence. Quite often what happens in fraud is the elements are there but not ordered. So in really simple terms, and Fraud Act simplified this a lot, so when I first joined this, we had some really, really wonderful offences, like you may remember them. Obtaining a computer advantage by deception, obtaining service by deception, all that way we simplify it into what I think is simple fraud. So, what we've essentially got is we've got to have dishonesty, and that dishonesty has to take place in order to make someone lose or gain. And that is, in simple terms, where we are with fraud. Now, the complexities come where somebody hands over money in a legitimate business deal or a friendship relationship or a romantic relationship, whatever it might be, and after that's taken place, the person starts telling lies. Because the fraud has to be where someone has dishonestly, falsely represented that person in order to take money. So we get a lot of circumstances where it sounds like a fraud, it sounds like it should be, but when you get to the points to prove, and you try to prove each of those points beyond all reasonable doubt, it becomes really difficult. And there's a massive grey area between what's simple and what's criminal. I spend a lot of our weekly targeted meetings thrashing out where they are. There is no such thing as attempted fraud, which is another thing the police officers in particular really struggle with. So if someone phones you up and says, hello, I'm from the police, there's been a compromise on your account, You need to go to your local branch and draw out £3,000 and bring it back so we can check where it's at. Most of us in this room recognise that as fraudulent. But vulnerable people, isolated in their home, quite often go to the bank and try and draw out £20,000. Now, if that person phones us, we say, I've heard about this, I know this is a scam, not interested to get lost and start the phone down. Fraud is complete. If they're dishonestly falsely represented to you that they're from the police, and clearly they're not, and they've done it with the intent of getting some money. Quite straightforward, actually, they are fraud effects. Now, if we can't prove dishonesty in the lies, so I'm in a business agreement with somebody, they said they were going to be £10,000, so I'm going for £1,000, and now I'm giving £10,000. Where is the dishonesty? So even though in that case, the money's gone, but where is the dishonesty? It's not there. So actually, all the evidence of the effects that we've got to prove. And it's really difficult. One of the most important things around the plan I showed you is making sure you've got an investigation, making sure all the evidence are there before you can get to the lower levels of work. A big investigation needs to be told 2 years down the line from the prosecution service, you can't prove this case. And that is where your local economic harm and central fraud can be a great benefit to you. For a hearing, for a local case, or a quick heads up and a conversation around what you're dealing with and how best to deal with it. I've got cases on the go at the minute with Reading Borough Council, Oxfordshire County Council, Bath County Council, all along the similar lines. And a lot of the councils, you're probably fully aware, and the NHS in particular, use quite a lot of external agents to carry out investigations. So we do a lot of sense checking around investigations. They'll come to us, we've run an inquiry, this is what we're doing, can you assist, can you describe us? Or quite often what happens, it gets to the point where we've got them covered. So they've identified the fraud, they've identified the suspect, we're all desperate, because if you're an investigator, you should be the institution who knows it. What we're really good at. We want to know everything about that person investigating. They haven't got the power to see someone's phone. They haven't got the power to look at someone's email. They haven't got the power to go search for an address. So quite often, half of the NHS or the council, we will then do the law enforcement for them. So we can use our powers to go to the rest of the council. Use our powers to see the phone. And then even if the council or NHS investigation is civil, they can apply to the court to get the evidence. Always a way around it. It's about assessing what you've got, making sure you've got a criminal investigation. If you have, the powers then follow this. The powers that we've got as police officers are really, really good. We've got to be satisfied we've got a criminal investigation. Abuse of position is probably the most incorrectly reported offence that we get. So, the Crown prosecution view on abuse of position is somebody who is specifically placed in a position of trust whereby they have financial responsibility for that person. So, a carer whose job is to go in and clean and tidy up, etc., then sees that that person has got a large amount of money in their bank account, so borrows their car, goes down the cash floor, draws out some money. That is not fraud by abuse of position trust. That is either a straightforward Section 2 fraud act or suspect. Because their position of trust is not financially safeguard that person. If you're an accountant and a solicitor, somebody would have come out and telling them, and your role is specifically to safeguard that person's finances, and instead of using that money to pay their care fees, you spend it on family holiday and Barbados. That's fraud by abuse of position of trust. So again, it's about keeping it simple and making sure you don't really do it. So if it looks really complicated as a fraud, it looks a lot simpler as a theft because it's a theft. Someone's literally gone down the hash and their money is there. And the abuse of position of trust element, again, you've got to prove all of those elements in one order for criminal prosecution. So rather than get hung up on whether or not a person abuse of position of trust, concentrate on these types of things. Actually, if you go to the cash point and put that card in, and Mrs. Smith, and you're Mr. Jones, you would have committed the offence. You you are Mr. Smith and you're entitled to use that card. It's already complete. Remember, it's complete after dishonest false representations. Even if the passport doesn't work and don't get money, so these are our challenges. Prioritisation is the biggest one. So when you're presented with 25,000 fraud cases a year, we've got to make sure we prioritise the cases that cause the most harm to the public, the offences that are going to have the biggest impact on the wider picture, and those that affect the most vulnerable. That's my challenge. Your challenge should be similar. The amount of money, cost, and resources you put into an investigation, make sure you're only meeting that right priority. So, triage process, prioritisation process, looking at those alternative outcomes from the beginning is really key. The next challenge, as I said, is civil versus it's a massive grey area. So, making that decision between what is actually criminal through the old reasonable doubt and what is civil. So, if dishonesty and missing, you've got civil in term. So, if you can't prove that person acted dishonestly, it doesn't mean they don't owe you the money, it doesn't mean the victim's entitled, not entitled to that money, it just means you're not going to prove it. So it's a trip down the civil court, a civil prosecution against that person. This is available to companies, businesses, individuals, and actually again, you've only got to prove it on that probability. Most civil cases are settled because actually you don't have to prove it at all. Where you've got proof of loss, and in fact, I haven't paid it back. Professional enablers are key. So if you think about all of the crime and fraud types we've talked about, many of them involve professional enablers. So a corrupt accountant, corrupt solicitor, company's house, yeah, there's a big reform taking place in the company's house. But at the moment, if you've got a corrupt solicitor or accountant who can set up a company on a company's house, it's a fraudulent dream. Because once you've got a company set up on a company's house, you can then take those details to a bank, open up a bank account in that company name, and you're off running. Does everybody know that company's house phone is essentially just a lie? So I can go to Mars, when you did farm calls, whatever I put on those forms will get posted on the company's house. No human review at all. They're actually right from that. You'll see, put this up postcodes, and there are managed service offices in some town that have got 400 companies right now. It's literally 4 square feet of office space. So, it's right for forces. So our job is to look at what we do to take out the professional owners, those corrupt individuals who are making fraud. That's really important. Take them out top of the pyramid, it means we're preventing a huge amount of fraud, stopping that activity. So it's like the phone cards, some of the new to the industry banks to make sure they're actually complying with the same levels of actual money laundering and the customer that the more established banks are. Just because it's an online bank account, it's still carrying out money laundering with no levels. Inside the fraud is huge. And that is where you will get the attention to the police. If you've got a corrupt person with a company account department working at the council every 5 days, who is providing information to prove what commit crime, or in turn provide guidance something around that, and they're receiving benefit for that, then you've got bribery and corruption. Bribery and corruption in public life is always going to be a crime in the police. Because the professional managers in corruption push to up the hierarchy in terms of what we should be investigating. Even if we don't take on an investigation, there are always opportunities to enjoy work. So the fraud world is so difficult. I think if you go to the average neighbourhood police or the frontline officers, they won't understand it. So one thing to take away from today is understand how fraud is investigated with local force and get some contacts within the fraud unit. Because even though they'll respond, they won't be able to take investigations on, they can fight, they can give you advice and guidance, they can provide resources, give you the power you need. If you're inviting someone to a voluntary interview, if the police officer does that, you've got the power to see their phone, which you haven't got. So there's small little details to push the investigation on. Even parameter sets, prioritisation, strategies around investigation, how you can get access to people's bank accounts via documents, and how you can access to suspicious activity reports which are provided by the NCA. All the investigation tools which will really help with investigation. So get in touch to find out who your local force is, or if you're struggling, because there are national networks that you can tap into and solve investigations. You're not already in them, which really important. Sometimes you contact your meeting all the time. You say, I've got this form, I'm really sure to do it, you can help me. I'll always point you in the right direction. Always think about asset cover. So if anybody commits a crime anywhere in the world, and they benefit from that crime in the UK, we've got phenomenal powers under the Proceeds of Crime Act. It was written up on 9/11, it's outrageous legislation, it's completely anti to any other legislation I see in the police. So in order to prosecute someone for money laundering, you only need to prove that you or suspected the proceeds was the proceeds of crime. We talk about one of the reasons about the 8, 9, 10. No one suspects, more likely not. So prosecuting people for money laundering is really easy. So again, when you're looking at your jobs, where's the benefit of that crime from? Should we be looking at those 6 years for life, health rates, whatever it might be, or money laundering? And can we, civilly or criminally, under the Proceeds of Crime Act, allow that recovery? It is a criminal offence to benefit from the crime in the UK. So if you know that your husband is a drug dealer, and he gives you a present at Christmas for some car-sharing earrings, those car-sharing earrings are proceeds of crime. That person is an offence and will be in trouble. Even if the money's gone, you can apply to court for emotional warning. So if you know that money that they got from your fraud, £250,000, has been spent on holidays to Dubai, etc., you make an emotional order, which means they must repay that money in the state of the law. If that person wins a lottery, cash in a pension, gets inheritance, you can then, 10 years later, go and get your money back. So the Proceeds of Crime asset recovery is really key. Again, when you go back to your original strategy, what is the end game? Crimes happen, we recover from it. The most important thing to us is recover the money, get the investigation, and go on with the civil asset recovery. And that can even happen if the person's gone. So we've got offenders all over the world which we don't touch because they're in the extradition process. But we can still go on with assets. So again, it's about that end game, what we do. And then the most important thing for us is vulnerability. How do we make sure we identify all of our victims and all of them get a minimum standard of service? Again, that comes down mainly to partnership. So what signposting have we got? This bit, where they go after that? Could it be aging day? Could it be through the masses? Collaborating out again and support health, vulnerability to crime. So those are our challenges. So a little bit on courier fraud. Courier fraud is a massive challenge to us because it changes every week. So this week it's around people reporting to be from the bank, saying that we've got a problem with currency, and therefore we need to fund the person to go to the bank, draw out money, bring it home, and we'll send someone around to check the money. Funding out, the person at the bank turns up, checks the money, and says, we can take it away. Visual receipts. That is the current modus operandi. Quite often it's something from the fraud department of the bank, it can be from HMRC, and the most challenging one for us is on a lot of occasions they say the police officer. I'm a police officer, I'm investigating a fraud, your bank card has been used in Paris in London, you need to check, move your bank or money to a safe account. We'll send someone around, you need to take bank account, transfer your money, that's been done, thank you very much. You're now safe. And very quickly, bank account again. It's a massive problem for us because then we turn up and say we're the police, and they say no, they're not, they're the police. And we get to this, who is the right person, who's the police, we all send people to watch the police. We'll learn the facts, so the key to this is the bank proposal. You've heard of the bank proposal. So a few years ago, we had a mindset change again, being here, and we made sure to banks that we would respond to any instances where they flag one victim about to carry out a transaction. We will give them reassurance to go ahead of that transaction or stop it. So if the bank suspects that £10,000 being transferred or drawn out is fraud, they report it to the police without the victim's consent and keep it as it used to be, unless the victim said that the contact the police would work. Now we're going to do regardless of the victim's wishes. We will maintain the necessity of all exchange. The biggest challenge to this is the speed of payments conveyed. And then the national initiative again, Stop the Block Home Office, can we slow down future payments? Because at the moment, the victims of victim cure report we had over the weekend, it was happened on Saturday, and by the time we got the report on Monday morning, it lost £22,000 and it's gone. So we immediately identified where that money had gone, and it got to new accounts all over the country. So if the bank could just slow down their payments for a category of transaction, personal transaction, you'll buy a car, it might be each transfer that money. If you're a 75-year-old person who say you need £20,000 for your son's wedding next year, why is that payment because the bank introduced 48-hour delay, which would give time for that transaction to change. So all these small changes on the Stop and Block will make a massive difference. You may remember a few years ago, you could transfer money to someone's bank account if the sort code and account number matched, even if the name didn't match. And as long as it is now for us, we want to give someone £10 Christmas due, and you send it to D. Smith and he said, no, that bank account doesn't match, it's got to be dated E. Smith. That is going to that's preventing more fraud in the number. Because now, bank account has to match. If we go a step further and delay payments, the number will change. So, cure fraud, priority for us because victims tend to be vulnerable, they tend to be elderly, they tend to have access to large amounts of money, and they will be repeat victimised until they intervene. Because a lot of the time they're isolated, vulnerable, and they're getting daily phone calls from someone until the full intervene. And similar to romance fraud. So romance fraud, again, is an isolated crime. Victims are unlikely to report. The victim doesn't know they're a victim until very late on. And that can be weeks, months, or years. And again, they lose all of their money before the offender disappears. If the offender knows exactly how much money they've got, they will start with one of my family had an operation, got a cash flow problem, can you send me £100? And then slowly escalate. And genuinely believe that they are in a romantic relationship until we intervene. So again, high priority crime for those reasons. So you've probably all seen these. This is again a massive campaign to Stop the Block. The way it's done now is through SIM funds. So basically, a member of the public can buy legitimately a piece of electronic equipment, which is a box about this big, and you put 500 SIM cards into it, you load it up, and it will send out messages on bulk. So you can send out 10,000 text messages to UK mobile numbers, press a button. And that is how phishing takes place. So the worst thing you can ever do with a phishing message is reply to it. Because if you reply to it, out of those 10,000 messages they send, they know which one is actually hit a real person. You've got to completely ignore them. Because if you reply, you've got out in the echelon, they know it's not a lie on the end of that message. And you can see it changes weekly. So it might be a parcel with Christmas coming up, that will come up again. So you receive a parcel from Royal Mail or Amazon, whatever it might be. Who in this room is expecting a parcel this week? Then we all stuff online. So there's a good chance, if I send that message to all of you, one of you will open that message thinking it is the parcel you're expecting. So you've got to be really careful with phishing. So what the national campaign is, we Stop the Block. The 30% of people open the phishing message. Control the attachments. Even if you do nothing after that, you have alerted your presence on the end of that message to criminals. So you've gone from might have been on the end of the phone list to there's definitely not on the end of this phone list. And you just keep continuing messages. You all heard of 7726? If you haven't, write that one down. So you receive a phishing message, forward it to 7726, you then get a message back saying now send me the number, send you that message, you copy and paste the number, you send it, that goes through to the site resilience centre, and that's where we move something wrong. So we now know that's a phishing message. We'll see from the Sky Mobile user that has 1,000 of them, no photo, 1,000 of them, that number just wiped off the number. So you think about a SIM card, all those numbers in, that whole block of numbers just wiped off. And that is how software works. You need no where 7726. You go to the drive, you forward it to 7726. There's also exactly the same as the email address for email. And that is always in booklets, which I will point out to you. So that's the National Cyber Security Centre. It's part of GCHQ, all powerful, and can take any number of network. So that is why, as soon as you receive those messages, it's forwarded on, number is set, and that again is a massive game changer for all phishing websites, emails, and text messages. Most of it is on text messages, particularly the students and teenagers, because they're literally all day long. They get a message saying, click here for Charleston contract, they're on it, and that's where frauds are getting into these days. So, one of the biggest successes we've had since we started attempting fraud is getting money back from victims. So this year we've got over £300,000 back from victims. And I know it only shifts responsibility on somebody else, but if we can't get the money back from criminals, let's get it back to the banks. Because the banks have to have due diligence, have to prevent money. We can demonstrate that you had a vulnerable person come to your branch who'd never drawn out a large amount of cash before, told you they urgently needed £22,000 to give their son in Spain. Your bank will tell you they haven't got something to say. Why on earth would you hand over that £22,000? So we would challenge the bank on that. 9 times out of 10 they pay out. When they don't pay out, we go to the bank on service. There's a really, really good online piece of work by Rich Consumer Magazine, and they've actually got template letters. They did BBC Radio, template letters, guidance on how to get money. Online. If you follow that guidance, chances are, rather than going to the landlords and fine, there's a lot of that. £300,000 doesn't protect crime, it doesn't safeguard the victim, but it does mean the impact on the victim. We saw the progress of suicide attempts, we saw the impact it can have on victims in life-changing circumstances, and in that money back, the stop them continuing to be done. You lost your life savings and you get it back to the bank. The loss of the bank is recoverable with the loss of the victim. It makes a difference to victims and actually makes them less likely to follow the recovery. Because what is really important is when the victim loses their money and they get contacted by somebody who says, "I've now found your money." Get it back to you, just pay me £5,000. So we go into the bank and get a loan. Another £5,000. So you're getting the money back. So these are our publications. So the final bit around empowering the public. What are we doing? Well, we produced a practical guide to keep people safe from romance fraud. This has got actually worldwide. It only came to the value. We work with a forensic, never say this, by the way, a forensic linguistics expert from Roehampton University, and she was able to look at all of our case studies and work out what the language used by the offender was attractive to the victim. So we've now got a guide to people around the science of the character and how you can use that in something like the romance and dating sites. So that went originally to Thames Valley, all the courses in the country now here, and it's now being used in the USA. There are copies of all these publications out in the foyer, and also available digitally on the Centre website. So then we looked at a more general one, so we produced a fraud detection toolkit. This applies to businesses, it applies to individuals, and instead of saying here's some general advice about fraud, it actually steps through all different fraud types. If you've been a victim of identity theft, here's what you can detect. you want to be using online shopping, it is how you keep yourself safe. So it's a one-stop toolkit, again, available out for you, available in terms of the website. Download and share it widely if you like. Protect yourself, friends, colleagues, and yourself. There's also a toolkit for awareness program, a lot of money to do, so we create a support platform, straight after that program, and also do the podcast and so hopefully, this is got a tour probably overrun. That gives you a perspective of how fraud is within the service for enforcement. Hopefully gives you an idea that you're not on your own. You are not in fraud, you are in investigations. Reach out and we'll expertise, if not resources to actually take investigation from. Are there any questions, please? Check that.
Sorry, boys.
Yes.
You mentioned the board being externals to shut down and stuff. Can you give any predictions about this
Great question. So the question is, with all the predictions we actually get predictions, I would say that 99% of those events are going outside the UK. So every now and again, we saw the Metropolitan Police issue London view, they actually found those who were selling the software to do it, and they took that person out, he got 15 years in prison. And again, that's a big game changer. He was actually selling people software on how to set up fake accounts, how to send out reports, text messages. So if the suspects in the UK all go long, if they're outside the country, it's really difficult. But the City of London have actually done visits to India and Ghana in relation to call centre crime. They mentioned why the legitimate call centres abroad are actually outsourcing to the call centres during the day, and in the evening they're actually using the call centres. There's a lot of work going on with the Home Office to go to the offenders who are outside the UK targeting people in this country. Yeah, so if you financial fraud, report fraud, and that person needs to get outside the UK law enforcement is not investigating. But when we use the intelligence through the Home Office to go to the correct jurisdiction. So we would go to that country and make sure action is taken in relation to over here. Now, clearly, some countries are not interested in fraud for whatever the reason might be. Prioritisation, tax money, so we can only take that intelligence. But what we often can do is use that intelligence to save our money in the UK. There's a massive problem, particularly in cyber, because you don't need to be in the UK to target UK victims. And actually, going down this road, we've actually got some investigations where victims of offenders in the UK, but generally speaking, in relation to romance fraud, the investigation is quite on the outside of the UK. So that's where the education piece is absolutely key. Because that person will look to be speaking to Jane from Brighton, and a photograph and the address, everything will look like in the UK, but they will quite likely to do something in foreign jurisdiction. So that's why that's key. Because sue element will go after any offenders in the UK, I will go after any offenders in Thames Valley, where outside the UK is really. Yes. It's a great question. You've got to look at the words. I'll try and explain this really simply. Every other crime type apart from fraud, you report it to your local force where you live. For fraud, it's suspect based. So I take on all investigations where the suspect is based in Thames Valley. So if I have a victim in Oxford and the offence is committed by somebody in Manchester, it's Manchester's crime. So they carry out an investigation, I carry out the care. It's really confusing. Because if that was a theft and the offenders in Manchester and victims exempt as well, that's why it's investigated. So the draw is suspect there. So if you've got an investigation and you know where the suspect is based, then that's the force you go to. You're referring to as corruption. I'm talking professional name corruption in public life. That would be dealt with by a special fraud by abuse of position, generally a corrupt individual by someone who has a specific responsibility to safeguard. So, say for example, a contract manager at the council was basically receiving funds from a company to keep them in contract. That would provide this corruption company if that person is not attorney, is there a local authority using that power to go to the bank and say we need £10,000 to this account, and that's the holiday essential, that's still by the use of position. If we just said that based on Crown Prosecution Service, they would say it's not use of position. Because that person is not specifically in that position to safeguard that person's finances. I agree with you, the legislation and state cases how it deals with that. I know how Crown Prosecution Service that's one of my favorite examples. In that particular alternative of that, use position, that they're basically there to look after the person in control of the house, not managing the finances. That's what we call use position of trust. So the position of trust is in relation to research. If you look at state cases, they will be prosecuted will be given specific legal obligation to safeguard the person's finances. So I agree with you, you've got a council member, and now you've got if the managing council company keep the company safe, and then transfer all that money to their own bank account, buy a house, they will use their position but it's not it's not fraud by use of position, because Crown Prosecution Service will
You say that the act is directed more to protect individuals and
I would say the service we give to corporate fraud because there will always be so much vulnerability to deal with, we don't get around to corporate fraud. And I have difficult conversations with people both actually have for fraud, their income value. They come to me and say we've got £150,000 fraud. I will say whereas if you go to Marks and Spencer's and somebody runs out of a sandwich, we'll attempt to deal with that. So we'll deal with £5 shopping, we're not getting £150,000 fraud. It's really difficult. Really difficult. And it's changing, and you look at the way it's changed in the last 2 years, it'll change again. So at the moment, she's just been sacked. I want to do that. The Home Secretary said we need to tackle retail crime. So I'm going to make that priority. Wait a minute. Fraud's a priority. Violence against women and girls is a priority. Violence reduction is a priority. Child sex offences are always going to be a priority. Where is retail crime going to sit? And this is not really a problem that so I imagine very soon the industry will have up. We're going to focus on what to do about and start looking at the moment, focusing on I'm doing some work tomorrow with University Peace Foundation. They're coming out to do interviews to heads of fraud across the country to look at how it's happened fraud and cybercrime. There's a lot of really good academic work taking place, which is where we get our stats from. Good to hear. Come around, I'm going to go get the literature, I'll probably around 2, 3 o'clock, we've got anything we'll discuss, any questions.
Nairobi back here for 12, please. Yeah.
No, it's not. There it is.
Guys, thank you very much for coming. A good way to start then people that just filter in as and when we can. So, this guy needs no introduction. I'm sure most of you have spoken to him or seen it, and if you haven't spoken to him or seen it, you've heard him on the karaoke machine. Mark has worked closely with public technical professionals for over 20 years now, delivering training, consultancy, and support on all the systems provided by the tech business. He has now worked with over 120 different authorities around the country, so we really know this stuff. Imran, a warm applause to Mark Grimley, please.
Afternoon. Yeah, in 20 years, if anybody's wondering, yes, I was about 17 when I started with it, which is very reasonable. That's a lot of funny people. So, I've got this presentation that we did it in London last week now. Last week we had 20 minutes, we've got 10 this week, so we're going to apply for this one, but there we go. So, just to go through. First thing, the contact details. Now, we put this on the flyers as well. This is really something that we sort of focus on and pride ourselves on. If you ask any of our customers what the big difference between us and some of the software providers is, they say that there is an issue at any point, they will pick it up, pick the phone up, or speak to one of the directors. And this is our numbers, they're on all the flyers. That is the managing director's mobile number as well. So if you think about all your existing suppliers, how many have you got the managing director's mobile phone numbers? Okay? Admittedly, I'll say this same because Theo in the back of the room, the Steve in the other room. Steve will just direct me to Theo, but we can probably want to. So that is something that we do heavily pride ourselves on our customer support and the follow-up that we give. For those who don't know us, a little bit of information. Next year we're going into our 30th year of business. So we're currently supplying contracts to about 83 organisations covering, I think it's actually close to 118 organisations around the country, with over 1,000 users using our software in different guises, from fraud investigations to waste crime to welfare rights and all that sort of and information. So we also include that our customers have won the, it's now called the Excellence in Protecting Public Personal Law, virtually every year since it was first started, the RMRP. Now, admittedly, customers like Reigate weren't technically customers when you won it. We are, so it's got a poetic license. Stick that one on there. So, yes, our customers have generally won that most. If we look at this year, the runners-up annual revenue partnership, they're one of our customers, they came third place. The second place, and highly commended, was Oxford Investigation Service themselves. And the winner, our longest serving customer, I think it's very embarrassing to do this, I don't really care, is the Royal Borough of Greenwich. So just quick round of applause for Oxford and Greenwich. So, what's new? Essentially, we've been doing all the work on our in-case, the web-based case management solution. So if anybody wants to have a chat with us, like I say, it's now being used for waste crime, enforcement, whistleblowing. If any of our IT teams have spoken to you about even single sign-on, we can do that for you now as well. We have a document bundling case preparation module, all that can sign into it, so we prepare cases for courts, redacting information, all that sort of things. We've got a new reporting dashboard, if anybody uses Microsoft Power BI, that type of thing, so you can build a dashboard that is just in testing at the moment, so that will be released in the next week or so. Obviously, we've got our online referral form, but the thing that I want to draw everyone's attention to today is the new national alert module. So, this came about from working with our waste crime teams. Essentially, what they were saying is, you know, whereas for further localising, we will investigate people who live within the borough. We fly to the people that commit this wrong. Don't think twice about giving somebody £100 so you can just drive 30 miles down the road and done this before you actually get rid of it. So what they would like to know, because a few of them using it in the region, if I happen to be investigating this vehicle, I would like an alert to come up and say, oh, by the way, this authority is also looking at this vehicle. You might want to have a chat. So what we've done is taken that, and we built it into the system for all subjects. So all of our case-365 customers can switch it on. You can match out any of the subjects that you've got in there, whether that be people, organisations, you can do addresses, but addresses tend to move. But you can do addresses, vehicles, bank accounts. If you regard it as a subject, you can switch it on. Other authorities using it, like I said, 180 in total using it, and then you will get the alerts. Now, essentially, the way it will work very, very quickly, if Insect Borough Council will investigate this vehicle, the reference number below, and the Borough of Insect will also investigate and spend hours on the council names, by the way. I'm trying to think of these, so bear with me. So if you're both investigating the same vehicle, as that vehicle is saved into the system, you will both receive an email. Now the email does not, this is the key bit, it doesn't contain any personal information. It just says that vehicle with reference 001 on your system matches the vehicle with reference 004 on your neighbouring system. Exchanges your emails and you can speak to each other. So I'm not telling you that I'm investigating Margaret, I'm not telling you that I'm investigating this vehicle, I'm just saying that we've got a match compared to you, and these are the two reference numbers. So you can then follow up. What we are doing now is opening this up to non-in-case users. So we have a simple web upload. You can upload a list of the subjects that you're investigating, and it will carry out matches against everybody that's using it with our system. So over the next week, so I'm supporting by contacting all of our 100 customers and switching the alert module on for them, unless they say no, I don't want to do it, because obviously it's optional. You get some people that are a bit worried about it. So we will be switching that on for everybody over the next few weeks. If you don't use In-Case 365, then we will be releasing, like I said, a web upload where you can upload subjects and take part in that matching as well. So, like I say, doing another session later on this afternoon where I'll go into a little bit more detail and it's been very interesting. What else is new? So we're doing some collaborative work with ICON, ITS, everybody knows Mike, several training sessions, and a company called Team Netop. And we are looking at artificial intelligence. So what we've got is an artificial legal and fraud intelligence system, or ALFI. Okay? I've only got an email from the over the weeks of the company ALFI. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Okay? So this will basically be, it uses our idea and our sort of knowledge of the fraud sector. It's got the intelligence, if you like, the legal background from Mike and the training team at RTS, along with the artificial intelligence technology from Team Netop. So it's a joint approach. And essentially, you can have it on your phone, have it on your desktop, and it will be exactly what it says. You will literally type in a question, and Alfie will give you the answer. So it's not designed to replace a training course. So you can never replace a face-to-face training course. However, having done one myself recently, after 20 years of that, I was trying to become a fraud investigator myself. Just finished my qualification. It's for Saturn that I think I've discussed this with my legal refresher. You can type in the question. So, a very quick examples. So, Alfie, what's the case law that reinforces our right to prosecute? If anybody really wants to sit and read that answer, you can do. Okay? But trust me, it's correct. So, we've got other things in there. Alfie, what gives us the power to investigate our local authority? Again, it will come up with the answer. It does the standard artificial technology information, artificial intelligence functionality as well. So if you have anybody in your team where English is not their first language, you can say Alfie converts to French, Alfie converts to German, any language as well, and they'll bring work for you and help you out that way. Even Alfie, what are the benefits of using you? I didn't actually answer this one, it's just me from the next slide. But essentially what you've got is the speed of answer. So he said, it literally takes about 30 seconds to come back with an answer. If you have a new member of your team, recently qualified, this will be an invaluable tool. Even for the most experienced investigators in the room, there's always that one-off question that you need to ask somebody, and it's just to be finished. It's also going to increase productivity and confidence within the team, because one thing that Alfie has that, and I'm not casting aspersions on any fraud manager in the room, but one thing that Alfie has that your fraud manager might not have is patience. So there's no such thing as a stupid question for Alfie. If you ask him, he'll give you the answer. Okay? You won't know, you should know this by now. Or what the payment for, you should know this, he'll just answer the question. Okay? So he's always there. It's constantly evolving and being developed. And best of all, you get to work with him and us as well. And obviously, Mike at RTS, both the team and so on. So there's people that have been doing this for years, as it were. So we'll be talking a bit more this afternoon, with the afternoon sessions with parallel splits, so please come on. So I'm not talking to a group, just me and Nick from the Intelligence Group, who are both things interesting. So, finally, a couple of days for your diaries. 13th of December, we are hosting a waste crime seminar. Now, that's probably not applicable to anybody in the room, but we're from the local authority, we'll have a team that deals with flight and waste crime. Okay, and we found that, unfortunately, there isn't a dedicated seminar for waste crime. They tend to do things like recycling, waste crime is a branch of it. So, based on the needs of our new customers, we will be doing that. The day after is our user group in London, so it's a chance for our users to come and sit and tell us what they like about the software, tell us what we can do better, ask for some new features and develop it, and then all sit down and have a conversation later on in the evening. So, I believe.
Thanks, Mark. So, can I welcome to the stage my colleagues from the Investigation Service, please? Just need to introduce some case studies and best practice.
Good afternoon. I'm the script system. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Dan. I'm data manager here at Oxford City Council. My colleagues and I are going to take a few minutes to share with you some of the amazing results that we've been able to achieve for ourselves and some of the organisations we work with using the data management services that we've developed using this space out in place. You will have to go with us. There was especially a fifth member of the team who has been called away very short notice this morning, so some of us are presenting slides that we haven't prepared, so if you bear with us, we would appreciate it. Those of you who've been to the event before, we know that we've pushed the use of data for a number of years. It's not always been the easiest of journeys, especially dealing with some of the atrocious data sets held by authority legacy systems. We feel achieved some fantastic results. And as these systems are renewed and replaced, data being cleansed is becoming much less of a barrier to entry. The development of a data-led service allows us to move as a team from very much a reactive to a proactive, actively seeking help. Not only this, as an authority, because of the work we've been carrying out, we now know our customers better, we know our properties better. And for us, our partners, unfortunately, were able to generate income for them ourselves. So for our first case study, I'd like to welcome to the stage Chris, who's going to talk to you about targeted tenancy visits around the new house place.
Okay, thanks Dan. So as he said earlier, we have been thrown together, thrown under the bus, or Nick, so kind of talking in it, so I apologise if it is a bit clunky or not as well as perhaps it should be. So for those of you that don't know, the new homes bonus scheme was introduced, I think it's approximately 2014, and in its fairest form, or simplest form, it's a scheme, as the name suggests, where the central government gives an incentive or bonus, a cash payment for each new property that is built. The way that we come into it as an investigation team is that we visit properties that are determined or classified as being long-term empty, that's empty for council tax purposes for 6 months or longer, because any property that is classified as long-term empty has a negative effect on the payments that are made to the local authorities. So hopefully that gives an indication of briefly what the new homes bonus scheme is for those of you that didn't already know. So what we do at Oxford is for ourselves and also for Slough Borough Council, we visit all properties that are classified as being long-term empty. And the idea being is that we knock on the door and we find out whether that status has changed. It could be that the people who we do find are in the property and it shouldn't be classified as being long-term empties because they haven't updated the council tax records or they have literally just moved in. So it's not a massive fraud exercise, it's basically getting out there, knocking on the door and seeing what we find. So as the stats show up there, for Oxford City Council last year, there were 381 properties that were classified as being long-term empty, and out of those 381, 155 were actually occupied, so they weren't long-term empty, obviously. That, as you can see, is a hit rate of 51%. That will Oxford City Council just over £363,000 that will be paid to the directly by the central government in April next year. And also just going back, obviously I've missed that out, is that also it's going to change for next year, but basically councils have the right to charge basically twice the amount of council tax for properties that have been empty for longer than a year. So we can in fact be doing a service to the customers that we visit, because it could well be that their council tax will change double because it was wrongly classified as being empty. So again, jumping forward again to the visits we did in Slough, so there was 254 properties that were deemed as non empty, and ourselves from Oxford and our colleagues from Slough, we visited those properties in 2 days, so it's quite an intense but very enjoyable project that we do. And of those 254 properties, 149 families will be occupied. Again, that's even better than elsewhere, they get rate 59%. And again, that will earn a payment from central government of nearly 287,000 pounds in April next year. So, if you want to find out what we can potentially do for your house, we have up on our trade stand in the main hall, we have a new homes bonus health check out, and then so basically you tell us what borough, sorry, what council you work for, and we can put the information in, it will come up with projected savings or projected payment you would receive if it went according to plan. Okay, and then see I'm jumping back and forth all over the shop, but not only have we done visits, it's a doctor's investigation, so we've done visits for ourselves into the Slough. We work in conjunction with Reigate and Aston Borough Council, and they do a load of visits for many different councils throughout the country with NEC as well, and that, as it states, they've done over the last 4 or 5 years at least, they've done at least 3,000 visits around the country, so that again is quite a big task. But as I said, if your council wants to see what we can do for you, then please come and find us at the Trace Stand. Okay, thank you very much. So now we'll pass over to Gary, who's going to talk about another case study.
Hi there. For you, those of you who don't know me, my name's Gareth. I'm a senior investigation officer here at Oxford. Thank you, Chris. Just to add on to what Chris was saying, each year it seems to be government saying it's the last year we're doing the new homes focus. It's going to be the last year, and I think we've been doing that for the last 5 or 6 years. But they have confirmed it is happening again next year. So, yeah, definitely next month we'll do it again next year. So, as Dan mentioned, we use data for a targeted approach with identifying fraud risks. Back in 2020, we used these exact algorithms on the housing stock of one of our housing association partners. We then physically visited the properties to complete tenancy audits and 4 visits. These were in Westminster and Thanet. Now, the purpose of these visits was to, from a fraud point of view, was to identify some sublets, Airbnb cases, and also areas where there was no occupation. Now, this provided not only fraud presence, but for assurance for both the housing association and their tenants, because we were going around doing tenancy audits, we could speak to tenants, we could take back, certain issues things that they were having with their properties. So it worked in a 2-way point. This resulted in 27 properties being highlighted as needing further investigation, as they were rather suspicious, and also 1 Airbnb case, which actually happened in a regeneration area. Now, regeneration areas are very important. They are a high-risk area because they can be very costly to housing associations, especially when you're paying to rehouse people. And if they're not living in those properties, then it's even more expensive. So, it should be done. So, yeah, I'm going to be passing over to Dawn. We're talking, the next case study is actually about a regeneration area and suburb. To Dawn.
Thank you, Gareth. My name is Dawn Burke. I'm one of the investigating officers based here at Oxford. Good afternoon now. Thank you for pointing out. I needed to change my notes from morning to afternoon. The case I'm going to be talking about is a great example of the benefits of taking a proactive approach to tenancy audits, both to identify potential frauds, but also to identify tenants which have additional support needs, and then interview or refer to the appropriate agency at an early stage. This particular audit was done by a housing officer in October 22, and have run up to the regeneration. As Council said, it's a regeneration site, and the implications of that were high risk. The housing officer in this case was told by a neighbour that there was possible drug dealing at the property and loud music, which is very much at odds with the knowledge around the tenant. He was a long-standing tenant, never arranged arrears, model tenant, which had been there since 1998. The housing officer referred the case to investigations. We undertook the initial credit checking and couldn't find her at the property, which is unusual for someone who lived in a property for in excess of 20 years. A little bit of persistence and more credit records. We located her and established that she actually married in 2000. First with their first child in 2002. They also not really in the property at that time. All the correspondence we had from our tenant in that period of time was using her maiden name. And that wouldn't surprise any of the investigators who to learn that she only used her maiden name for housing-related correspondence. Everything else was in her married name. She now moved to a lovely property worth in excess of 750k, and also purchased a buy-to-let. And on the mortgage application for that buy-to-let, she stated she was in receipt of rental income from another property, believed to be our tenancy address, of over £900 a month. She and her husband are both well-paid, well-respected professionals with a property portfolio worth in excess of £1 million. So, unsurprisingly, we issued a notice of possession, and the keys came back. However, we're not going to end there with this. Gareth and I will be conducting an interim caution with the customer next week. Looking to obtain an unlawful profit order, we'd like her comments on what has transpired. The unlawful profit order was expected to exceed 100,000, but this is not the largest one we've involved with, which was actually 145,000. And just as a further footnote, this was not the only success from this audit. The housing officer in question also made a referral on the same day, on the same landing, for another suspected sublet, literally 4 doors away, to investigate this. So this wasn't, as understand, as our main case study. So we again served notice of possession, and after the tenant phoned me up and said there must be some terrible mistake, and I told him what that terrible mistake was, he combined to take his keys back. Both of these together were due to have home loss payments of £7,800 each as part of the regeneration project, and also the cost of relocating them. These losses have also been prevented. So audits such as these are a proactive exercise, but time-consuming. Many housing officers have multiple demands on their time, simply don't have resources to do this. This is something we can help you with, if you do have resources, experience, and we do undertake these exercises. So if you want to have a chat about how we dealt with that, again, you know the trade standards, and now it's back to them.
Since 2016, we've been developing and refining our own risk-based methodology for reviewing audit single-person discounts. The aim of this methodology was to disturb as few customers as possible, while ordering the maximum number of incorrectly awarded discounts and therefore generating maximum income. As a result, at Oxford, we currently have 17,000 awarded single-person discounts. On average, using this methodology, we write between 2,500 and 3,500 customers a year. On average, we've generated an extra in-year billing of £500,000. The previous methodology that was used caused us to write to 100% of our customers and generated 30% less income. For our final case study, I will talk to you about two multi-data set algorithms that we have developed. First of these is shown by a housing waiting list management we did for Bradford Forest Council. They supplied us with their entire waiting list of 1,500 applicants, and by waiting list data, with data from revenues and third-party credit reference data, we were able to establish that changes need to be made to 60% of the waiting list either having an applicant removed from the waiting list or having a single person discount removed from the council tax account. We further expanded on this methodology earlier this year on a housing tenancy review we did for ATGP in Spelthorne Borough Council. They supplied us with their entire housing stock of 3,000 properties for the area. And by collecting information from the tenancy, rents, and social behaviour, revenues, and again, third-party reference data, and placing this into a risk matrix, we were able to identify approximately 10% of that housing stock needed further review, either we suspect from fraud, if there was a genuine welfare concern, we felt we should by getting balance this, we're currently investigating these cases in Spelthorne, have 55 live investigations from our referrals. The information was only passed in September, so we are currently awaiting the outcome of these investigations. We do expect them to be very fruitful. In terms of some common issues that we're working on, where we want to go next, for us, it's very firmly about knowing the customer and knowing the property. The main focus at the moment is around understanding the tenure of all properties within our district. Currently developing a system that will allow us to predict whether a property is owner-occupied or whether it is privately rented. For us as an authority, it could have a major impact because we can apply in areas of environmental health, minimum energy efficiency standards, tackling road landlords, and allowing us to continue to implement selective licensing. I'd like to say thank you for the time this afternoon, listening to us. Please do come and talk to us at the train stand if any of this has been of any interest to you. We have developed a tool which allows us to predict potential values of profit orders, single person discount reviews, and remote bonus in all of your districts. So please, if you'd like to come and see the information, do come and talk to us. Thank you very much.
Afternoon. It's good to be back. Okay. How would you cram this topic into 10 minutes? Simple answer is I can't, but I'm going to do my damn best. Alright, so what I'm going to talk about is how you can use intelligence more effectively within the fraud environment, with the key takeaway being you don't know what you don't know. Now, missing this slide. What is intelligence? Well, in the context of what the majority of you guys do as fraud investigators, it's making use of information from various different sources. You know, IT has gone from being something that's witchcraft to many people. When people walk around with these seriously hardcore computers in your pockets now, you know, your phones. So we're wanting to give people the ability to talk, to turn information from various different sources into actionable intelligence. So this information can come from members of the public, witnesses, suspects, open source information, you name it. You know, the world's moved on massively in the last 30, 40 years. When you're thinking of digital footprints, and CCTV, imagery, phone records, text messages, WhatsApp. Hopefully we're going to try and cover some of that in this little presentation. Why are we talking about this? Well, my organisation, Intelligencia, have been at the forefront of developing the UK's intelligence and counter-fraud community since about 2016. we've got some clients in the room, some people that have used our programs. We work with organisations like the NCA, Met Police, Home Office, Border Force, counter-terrorism teams, DWP users for massive levels of their investigation training up and down the breadth of the country. But it's not just the public sector departments that use these techniques and skills. We've got tier 1 banks, insurance providers, the gaming and gambling community. Because fraud isn't something that just happens to the public sector. Somebody who's defrauding DWP is defrauding Skybet and defrauding eShore and Direct Line. The mindset of a fraudster is what we're hopefully trying to get inside there. And across our training programs, we've qualified hundreds of intelligence and counter-fraud personnel, achieving parity in skills. That's one of the buzzwords that I want to get away from this. That everybody doing the same thing, using these standardized working practices. So, we assist organisations to maximise their apprenticeship learning. It's a term that I've talked about in a lot of detail in the last time I was up here rambling on. But there's this thing called the apprenticeship levy that allows organisations to standardise the way they are trained. Our particular main programs or intelligence analysis and counter-fraud investigation training. But in red there, the apprenticeship levy isn't just to help organisations recruit new bums on new seats. Apprenticeships aren't just for school leavers. The average age of people doing our programs is mid-30s who've been in the job for years. Not to labour this point, I covered this in a previous presentation, but the majority of those organisations that I referenced earlier are using these programs as a way to formalise, accredit, professionalise and standardise the way that the staff are trained. So, what is intelligence? Anybody, what is the difference between data and intelligence? There are myriad of differences, but the internet has totally changed the way in which we live. I would say to the detriment, anybody who's got kids, there's a scary little world out there now on the internet. Through smartphones and social media platforms and allowing criminals to exploit this technology. Information comes in multiple different sources, and making information or turning information into actionable intelligence is a critical skill set that we're trying to get in those that are tasked with targeting and combating fraud. It's a vital skill set that's needed by the wider fraud community, but sadly, a skill set that's been lacking in professionalised training in the past. Becoming more intelligence-led and in line with your strategic partners that you're already working with, be it the banking community, the intelligence community within the government, working with HMRC, DWP, or the law enforcement community. Again, everybody should be doing the same thing. What are the major changes been? These slides are actually following in sync. I'm seeing something different to what's on there. There we go. Well, because I'm a slide ahead, I'll continue, yeah? What are the major changes been? Right, well, social media explosions, the evolution of things like, from Friends Reunited many moons ago to things like TikTok and Rumble and all of these other crazy social media platforms. They've created a culture that allows people to be exploited. Search engines and web browsers and all of that different effectiveness and their influences are creating an environment that allows fraudsters to really exploit what we do. Now, technology, including artificial intelligence, blockchain, all that type of stuff, it's an ever-changing world. When you're thinking about GDPR and DPA, we need to make sure that we're operating on the right side of the law, which unfortunately many people aren't. Prime example being a large, very large blue chip insurance company in my part of the world, until we started working with them. They had fraud investigators that were still using their personal Facebook accounts to look at people they thought were committing fraud, which you just can't do. You're actually breaking government legislation, so you need to get people in that sort of common place to understand what you can and can't do. We need to look at ways of analysing intelligence, colleagues at Oxford again are sitting on myriad and massive amounts of information from different sources. We need to get people to understand how you turn that into actual intelligence, how you turn it into decision-making processes. So there's a wide range of tools available to an analyst now, and techniques that can make the most of interpreting this information and create hardcore decision-making processes. Some examples of intelligence techniques that we can teach that the analysts and all people working in this community should be using. Temporal analysis, is that a phrase that anybody's heard of? Temporal analysis. It's turning information from date and time specific into a way of being able to present it back to the business. There will be patterns and trends happening in your little fraud communities, be it housing benefit fraud or any other types of fraud, that when you use this technique or this method, you can't hide from what's in front of you because you will start to see clusters appear. Geospatial, clues in the name. Many people may use geospatial techniques already, but again, it's using mapping information. Google Maps is fantastic for doing that, but there are ways of taking Google Maps to the next level using hotspots. So basically, what you're able to do now with somebody looking at patterns and trends in fraud is to be able to say when it's happening and where it's happening. Network analysis is another great example. Police can use a piece of software called I2, where you type a name into the software and tell you everybody that's linked to somebody. What would you do if that wasn't there? You teach old school techniques using pieces of string and posting those, because you need to be able to understand the links between people and entities. And again, you can start to see patterns and trends appearing. Pattern and trend analysis, again, can be used to identify similarities between cases of fraud. What does it do? It allows better resourcing, identifying easy wins. Going back to the internet, open source intelligence, myriads of information out there. Is anybody familiar with the term SOCINT? SOCINT is social media open source intelligence. A great tool that allows you to look at what people are doing. Because unfortunately, the internet has enabled people to handle themselves really, because you're putting far too much information out there on the internet that an investigator can use if they're doing it right. On screen there, you've got some examples of these techniques. So hopefully you can see temporal analysis. Again, that allows the analyst to be able to cluster examples of whatever it may be, using a temporal wheel. Again, these are pieces of information that are readily available on the internet. You don't need to buy any hardcore software or hardware to be able to do this. And we teach these examples on a regular basis as part of our programs. But when you start to look at clusters of activity happening using these techniques, you can't fail to see that there are patterns appearing. So it allows the team and the analysts to go for the easy wins, look for where something's happening during a particular day range, because chances are it's going to happen again because there's a pattern period. Geospatial, that's a big thing. The top of the North Sea. Again, geospatial, that allows individuals and teams to use pieces of software to be able to plot examples of things that are happening, things that are pertinent in your world. What's the solution to this? Again, I'm trying to give a real whirlwind description of what you can do in the intelligence world to achieve parity and skills with what we have to achieve to the agencies. But we can deliver the most current, relevant, widely utilised intelligence analysis techniques via our intelligence analyst apprenticeship. We can deliver counter fraud training. That also includes use of analytical techniques, because why would it be a bad thing for counter fraud investigators to become more intelligence-led? And again, linking into government agendas like the National Decision-Making Model of quick wins. I'm going to show you a quick video, hopefully it plays, that will give some examples of organisations that use this. IT always do things feedback. Yeah.
There's not a lot of theory that you get tools and standards. And what the apprenticeship really provides is a way of taking that theory and applying it. One of the reasons why we chose the apprenticeship, we had a new group of analysts that started with us in 2019 and positively invested in them, some high quality training, getting back to their workplace. First time the analysts pushback towards a request to say, actually, what are you trying to achieve here? What is your intelligence question you're trying to answer here? That's when you start actually really right. Analysts have begun to question their product a bit more. They're looking at maybe some of the assumptions that they're making. They're being more innovative. It's made them improve their work and support colleagues. But I think also it's made the analysts on the programme feel valued and invested in. Well, I use it to strengthen our approach to analysis and our capability in the direct team. Actually, it's much wider in terms of analytical thinking and bringing that to the forefront of much more.
No, as I say, a real whirlwind description of how you can use intelligence to become more effective in the Kelp fraud world. I've got to start next door. We're proud supporters of everything that Oxford do here. If you want to come out and answer, please do. Any questions? There we go. That's great. Thank you very much.
When we went for lunch, it's in the main hall. Lunch hours to do digital networking, visit the exhibition stands. Don't forget your delegate stamp cards and your delegate bags. Get the stamp off each stand, bring it to the presentation to the stand. And see you back here at 2. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much.
You'll see me tomorrow. You write your name, I don't know where you from, and I'll come back to you. On the back, your name. Anybody else like to contribute towards crisis change treatments? Thank you very much. Very kind. I thought the charge is just not really like
Yeah, if you pass it here, should be able to use it off here.
I just want to say that she has not checked the evidence of all I'm saying. The evidence is taken down a halfway. Is that all right? As long as I don't mess up anything or
Well,
my phone doesn't. Yeah, that's brilliant. Thank you so much.
Well, guys, let's make a start. So, welcome to the stage. Ian Sales in Cyclass. Ian is the head of learning in Cyclass. We'll be discussing the economic crime bill and its effects on local authorities. Please welcome Ian to the stage and you for.
Okay, so it's the slot after lunch, so let's give it a go. Okay, so look at failure to and corporate transparency. So some of the things that people said about this act, one of the things people said was the act which aims to drive a change in corporate culture. I agree. And about some, most definitely. An act which, in effect, outsources the role of prevention to businesses. And yes, I agree. And without time, in part, not totally outsourcing to businesses, etc. Some also said a sledgehammer for prosecutors to build at businesses. There's always the one that goes a little bit over the top, isn't it? It's not really sort of being too excessive businesses. It's just really time. Asking corporates to take responsibility to try and prevent fraud. And obviously, take in mind the Economic Crime and Transparency Act 2023 was enacted on the 23rd of October. And this is a time really where companies need to reflect on the adequacy of their fraud risk management framework. Because before, if you're looking at the risks, you're looking at what is the actual threat harm for perhaps inward fraud? What is the inside threat within our organisation? Now that's totally different now. We're now looking at outward fraud. What is the fraud that might be perpetrated on consumers and customers? That's where now businesses need to focus, where their attention should be. So, why the need for the defence of failure to prevent fraud? Well, the UK, as we know, has one of the most open and largest economies, making it an attractive place to do global business. And we know that if we're an attractive place to do global business, they're also an attractive place for threat actors to launder their dirty money and also to perpetrate fraud. And we know that if people are washing their dirty money in the UK economy, we know that if they're perpetrating fraud, that does have an effect on legitimate business. It also undermines the confidence of the UK markets. So this is a really, really timely and important act.
So we know from statistics, recent government papers, that the threat from economic crime continues to grow. And fraud accounting for 41% of all crime experienced by adults in England and Wales. So just we look at those figures and we think 41%, and you can't just look at it and then move on to the next slide, etc. But when you just stop with your foot on the ball and think 41% of crime is fraud, what other crime type do you think was tolerated for so long it was affecting society by 41%? It's astronomical. Now on that slide there as well, it says a holistic approach. And I really think that's a good word. It's very, very interconnected, this legislation. Some of the ideas behind it really start to put all the strands together, like the Reform of the Companies House. How can we ever know that courts are used to perpetrate fraud, act as vehicles for fraud? How can we ever have a register that wasn't really verified? And also that's going to change with the new Act. So we know that the economic crime strategy focuses on 3 key pillars. To reduce money laundering and to recover non-criminal assets, make it easy for crypto assets, combat autocracy, and drive down sanctions evasion, and the third pillar, quite simply, to help fraud. The idea is to try and drive down that 41%. So the government is aiming for a major cultural shift, encouraging companies to take responsibility for preventing fraud. So when I looked at this slide, I looked at it and thought, is that the right slide? And I kind of worked that out, the semantics okay. And I thought, well, actually, the government is aiming for a major cultural shift. Yes, it is. In encouraging companies. So I looked at that word, encouraging. Now, there's a punitive sanction to corporates that allow fraud to occur. So actually, I think it's not so much encouraging. It probably is insisting that corporates at last play their part. Encouraging existing companies to take responsibility. Now, you can see my slide notes here, and this morning I kind of underline that as well. For responsibility, or is it accountability? Are we now asking corporates to be accountable, or to take responsibility, to actually be accountable? And I kind of wrote a slide here as well. So, we'll talk about accountability is one thing, but also the idea that maybe corporates should also be proactive. Not to be reactive to fraud that occurs, but really to be proactive and start trying to do something about it. So the idea of the government's drive behind this legislation is increasing corporate criminal liability. Now this increasing criminal culpability has been on the cards for many, many years, and that was mooted from State Group and this for years and years ago, and here it is now. So how are we going to do this? Well, they're going to be transforming the identification doctrine. So the identification doctrine is a common law doctrine. It goes back to 1971/72. And is going to introduce the offence of failure to prevent fraud. The offence identified of the failure to prevent fraud. And the offence will make it easy to prosecute organisations for fraud committed by employees or third parties that benefit the organisation. Now, I've underlined that benefit the organisation because if fraud is perpetrated on a corporate, it is by an insider, then actually this offence won't come into play. And so it's all about the company or someone associated with the company, committing fraud on behalf of that company.
is a strict liability offence. So, no need to demonstrate the company boss is ordered or even knew about the fraud. Strict liability. Now, we know the government decides to enact a strict liability offence. This is when they really want to make sure people's minds are focused because of the public interest. And this is such an offence, strict liability. Now, I don't want to say what's like things, but I suppose a kind of strict liability offence that we can all relate to maybe stealing. If we steal, we take it to court. The prosecutor doesn't need to know or doesn't need to try and prove that we intend to steal. Just the fact that we did, then it's over to us to prove otherwise. And that's exactly the same how this offence is going to work for corporates. Strict liability offence, if someone has committed fraud on your behalf, whether it's on sales practices, whatever it might be, if you do not have those preventive measures in place, those reasonable preventive measures, then you go to court and you tell us. So the Act refers to not specified fraud offences. And what is a specified fraud offence? Well, it is fraud by false representation, fraud by failure to disclose, fraud by an abuse of the position of trust. So you've got all the Section 1 fraud offences which come into play in this Act. You've got obtaining services dishonestly, Section 11 of the Fraud Act. You've got participation in a fraudulent business, Section 9 of the Fraud Act. False statement by company directors, false accounting, Theft Act, fraudulent trading, and cheating in public. These are all of those offences which are going to be relevant to corporates. So something like the Fraud Act is really, really good, and it works really well, and it's drafted really quite succinctly. But it doesn't really work for public liability, and it certainly doesn't have any statutory defences. So this will now bring these offences into line. Actually, no. How confident do you think courts might be their staff on the intricacies of these offences? How much do you think that people, employees, etc., within organisations will be able to spot any of those offences? All of those offences, the majority of those offences require that concept of dishonesty. That's a kind of a new face for people. So companies need to make sure that all of their employees are trained to be able to spot these offences that will come into play. So how will the organisation be reliable? Well, basically, an employee or agent, associated person with this fraud does really quite well. It's the same as under the UK Bribery Act. And fraud is intended to benefit that organisation. And the organisation did not have reasonable fraud prevention measures in place. So, this is very similar to the offence of failure to pay bribe under UK Bribery Act, and also the failure to prevent tax evasion under the Finance Act. Under those acts, particularly the Bribery Act, it uses the word adequate procedures. This legislation uses reasonable procedures. So what is the difference? Well, actually, there's no difference. In March 2019, the select committee looked at those two words, what is adequate procedures? We're trying to publish guidance to make sure people know what adequate procedures would be. And now we're actually changing those words and talking about reasonable procedures. Isn't that going to make people slightly confused? But they decided actually it is a distinction without a difference. What companies need to do is have reasonable procedures in place in all the circumstances. So prevention is all about building an anti-fraud culture. Now we hear that a lot. Building, fostering an anti-fraud culture. And building, fostering an ethical mind. And adopting an ethical culture. And putting in place a heart of everything that you do. Now, I'm sure you've all heard integrity. I'm sure you've all heard building an ethical climate. I'm sure you've all heard about building an ethical culture. But what does it really mean? Because these are just kind of mere words. Unless we kind of pull them back and we kind of peer behind them. We need to make sure that these words sort of start from that physical faith. So we need to understand them. And we need to engage with those words. So, for example, something like the ethical climate organisation is all about the people. One of the kind of the shared understandings of what is correct behaviour within businesses. And you just start and just think about your own organisations. Think about your own climate, your own ethical climate in your own organisations. Is it one competition or is it one collaboration? Is it one where there is self-interest or is it one that is benevolence? Is it an environment which is full of office politics? Now, as we know, if you have more than one person in an organisation, you can have politics. But is the policy actually quite toxic within that organisation? Is it focused too much on profits, too much on targets, and not enough on well-being? And I looked at the word integrity. Because businesses in integrity at the heart of it, so they're going to show that that's culture. So what is integrity? But again, that's a word that is which is about integrity. And I spoke to an entrepreneur, really good business, really high speed, and I said to her, tell me, what is integrity? And she said, to me, integrity is. I kind of stopped and thought, why the precursor? Why to me integrity is? Because that already suggests that actually this person's idea of integrity might be isn't aligned to what other people's idea of integrity. How can integrity within businesses drive action if there's not really a succinct and consistent understanding about what integrity might be? Integrity is all about values. It's all about the values. It's all about the principles within that organisation. Now we all know how organisations have values, principles, etc. But how do we are? If you do what I like to call the corridor check, you stop someone in the corridor, you say to them, hey, do we have behaviours? They say, of course we have behaviours. You say, can you name them? I bet there'd be more silence. Only people know the behaviours and values and principles of their business, because this is all what integrity is made of. Businesses can't resist our concerns, need to make sure that everyone really understands what those behaviours are. Integrity talks about things that you might do even behind closed doors. Now that word integrity is all about the word integral, which is interconnected. So it's not broken up. So that integrity should be kept all the time, and stay steadfast in those principles. And that's what this Act is encouraging businesses to do. Making sure people understand what ethical climate is, ethical culture is, what is integrity within our business, what are our business values, what are our principles. Let's stick to them. Let's make sure we have a clear, good understanding. So demonstrating that the organisation knows how to report fraud. Making sure that organisations have a system to ensure that if fraud occurs, people know who to report it to. If they have a concern, people know who to raise that concern to. Making sure that there are clear preventative measures within our organisation. Making sure that again, we have systems and processes designed to prevent fraud. Making sure that if you report fraud, you can try and prevent fraud, that you can also be put in a position to try and detect fraud. Trying to detect fraud goes back to the talk about specified fraud offences. What are they? How are they developed? Do they occur? Would you know that it's possible? Would you know to raise this? And also to respond to fraud. How do we respond to a fraud occurrence? How quickly do we respond? How quickly do we raise investigation to the criminal standard? Is it investigation to the civil standard? Is it investigation to the regulatory standard? Or is it investigation to the disciplinary standard? They're all different, as we know. And they have different procedures and processes. But companies need now to really think about this. Because if you're going to show that you're getting tough on fraud, you need to make sure that you do investigate fraud and that you apply appropriate sanctions. So all of this is near this happens if organisations don't have clear sanctions as a result of someone committing fraud in their organisation. And it has been shown, and evidence based, that unethical pro-business behaviour is dealt with more evenly. And again, that has to stop. If businesses are going to demonstrate real, robust approach to preventing fraud, then there needs to be appropriate sanctions in place. So, will this apply to all companies? The offence will only apply to large companies under the Companies Act 2006 definition. Now, I don't know if anyone followed this act going through Parliament for both houses, but this is going to be an organisation meeting 2 out of 3 criteria. So, more than 250 employees, more than 36 million turnover, this one not easy to harmonise, more than 80 million in total assets. A lot of people said, why are we not? Why are we not focusing on small and medium enterprises as well? And when it's going backwards and forwards in the houses, the law said, hang on a second. Is a person who steals from a shop who's 5'6" any less culpable than a thief who's 6'5"? We have a criminal age of responsibility under the age of 10. Do we now have a criminal age of responsibility for size? So it was really frustrating. The government's position was, actually, when we look at the small and medium enterprises, if we was going to be asking them to put in these processes and procedures in place, it might actually start the business. And it might start to distract them from trying to develop their business. When you look at the UK Crime Act, and when you look at the Criminal Finance Act, there is no such distinction for a small, medium enterprise. So it is quite strange that this failure to control is only aimed at the larger size corporate entities. Does this new offence create liability for directors of organisations? No, individuals will not be liable. Obviously, if they commit perpetrate fraud themselves individually, they will be liable. But this is really the corporate offence. So, they're looking at discussions to reform the identification in the Act. And this has been on the cards for a long time. The idea of this identification doctrine, looking at the direction and will of a company, by the direction in mind, to whether or not that corporate is criminally liable, didn't work quite so well for large companies that had those complex structures. And the SFO, 2018, looking at Barclays, it all collapsed. The reason why it collapsed was because you couldn't show a direct link with the mind. Companies were too big, too complex, were too far removed. So there's bias towards small companies, where you could really look at who was directing your minds with the company. But now they're going to change that. And they're going to change that, taking sort of taking that the data from corporate management track, actually looking at a senior person. So this is probably now better for small and medium enterprises because they will know who those senior people are, the decision makers, that could actually affect the corporate criminal liability of the organisation. Bigger entities now need to look very closely in with them and say, who are the senior managers, who are the people that make the senior decisions? Because now they can affect that company. And so that last thing, identification doctrine has become a lot smaller, and that will certainly make sure that prosecutions are easier. But yes, politically motivated, let's get those prosecutions in school, let's have those successful prosecutions. What is the penalty? Unlimited fine. But remember, that an organisation a defence if they can show that they had those reasonable procedures in place to prevent fraud. It is the get out of jail trump card. So again, organisations just know. The focus, they always on our fraud, there's now focus on this. What is the reach of the offence? It has extraterritorial reach. Is that the same as the Wrong Act? If an employee commits fraud under UK law or targets UK victims, the employee can be prosecuted in the organisation and the employee face overseas. So the new offence could expose organisations to increased prosecutions. It could increase civil claims and private prosecutions against organisations. And it could mean that actually this last will defer prosecution agreements. And also it can affect reputational harm. Now, there is no statutory name and shame as a committee like publicity order to go down the manslaughter practice. But if a court finds itself in court, if it finds itself subject to proceedings, if it finds itself being sentenced in court, that is an open forum. That is where the public are seen to see justice being done. And no organisation will be able to put out any type of media release. If Jane comes with you about this, reputational harm, people want to go to court, it's much easier now to find themselves. But the Economic Crime Transparency Act also looked at the use of strategic lawsuits against public participation, colloquially known as SLAPS or colloquially known as lawfare. This is where powerful individuals, powerful organisations will use all their might, all of their resources to stifle and intimidate and cajole normal type journalism or inquiry into their affairs. It's going to be, and the government are fully aware that these SLAPS use the law for corporate crime, and again, it's going to be a lot harder to do. In my old job, in law enforcement, I was involved in closing down organisations, kind of in the media outlet, and then I remember this day when that phone rang. These were the days when you pick up the phone. And it was a city law firm. And they were telling me about what was going to happen to me now I close this business down. Was it intimidating? Was it scary? Did it make me rethink? Yes, it did. Yes, it did. And if I didn't have a powerful organisation behind me, I would have backed off most definitely. But now, right for public scrutiny can be pushed a little bit further. No more libel, no more defamation, or more to the wide extent to the fact that it scares people from actually just digging on the surface of corporate bad behaviour. So, what are the reasonable procedures? Well, we're waiting for guidance to be published, what reasonable procedures might be. But I suppose we can take the lead from the 6th Guiding Principles of the New Inquiry Act. I imagine they were published by the Secretary of State in Section 9 of the Act. I would have thought they're going to be very, very similar. And that's all about having proportionate procedures in place. So the really good thing is that word proportionate procedures. But if we're going to swing the table to corporates, and now you take responsibility, you take responsibility for preventing fraud, we're not going to make sure that it's going to be too costly, too complex, etc. Not proportionate procedures. That is you, the organisation, is the very at the risks. Look very closely at the threats, and all we're asking is for you to look at those proportionate procedures. Top level commitment that, as we say, toe at the top. But toe at the top, we know that people that make decisions way up at the top are sometimes not impacted by the consequences of the decisions down the shop floor. We know that the identification doctrines can be narrower, so that toe at the top needs to come down. It needs to be that middle toe, even that lower toe. These will be key decision makers. Risk assessment, making sure that we have risk assessments in place to ensure that fraud is not thinking about, and you would hear, we have a zero tolerance to bribery. We know that we have used to have intolerance levels of fraud now. Well, actually, for businesses now, there needs to be zero tolerance for fraud perpetration on consumers, clients, etc. It needs to be zero tolerance. Due diligence is very much misplaced. To do due diligence to the depth on everyone, maybe intermediaries and associates, monitoring and review, making sure that if the risks change, so your reasonable procedures. And communication and training. Making sure that people are fully understood and appraised about some of those reasonable procedures within organisations. But then if we have those reasonable procedures in place to prevent people committing fraud, they're worthless. They're absolutely worthless if they're not effectively embedded. And again, you might have policies and procedures in your own organisation. Do you know where to follow? Are they easy to follow? Because the more complex they are, the more difficult and complex they are to find, the more an organisation is going to be asking people to navigate those procedures. Again, they're not going to be effective. So there's an awful lot that businesses should be doing, will need to be doing, if they're not going to fall victim, I use that word very lightly, to this new offence called the offence of failure to prevent fraud. That's the Economic Transparency Act, how it's going to affect businesses, and how businesses now need to really focus inward and outward at fraud. Any questions? Silence. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to switch on. I'm going to start with the time a little bit. The agenda's changed slightly this afternoon. It might have been called away for personal reasons. So in the courtroom, very shortly, Mark Brimley, the acting in the joint session, and will be talking on the use of apprenticeship levy in a fraud and intelligence environment. And Mark's going to expand on the Intech alerts and the Alpha system that he talked about earlier today. In here is Richard Wentle from the Public Sector Fraud Authority. He can talk about a year on from what we talked about at this conference a year ago. So if you want to stay here, remaining seats, if you want to go listen to Mark and Nick in the courtroom, thank you.
Okay. Firstly, thank you very much for staying. Everyone's going to leave to look at the courtroom, so that's a good start. So, my name is Richard Wentle. I'm from the Public Sector Fraud Authority. I work in central government, so most of the conversations that I've been in today have been around local government, but I do have a bit of a thing to that because part of my role within PSFA is the head of services, as I oversee the data services and I include the National Fraud Initiative, which I'm sure many people in the room will be familiar with. So I'm going to talk about where we are a year on. I'm not going to talk about where we are a year on from this conference last year because I wasn't here, so I don't know what they said. But I'm going to go with where we are. We were launched in August 2022, a big fanfare, ministerial fanfare. So I'm going to talk around some of that stuff. Some of the slides that you were here last year, they're pretty common slides actually, but what I'd rather do, because although I am going to try and catch up some time, I'm not doing 40 minutes, so that's a good thing. That's listen to me for 40 minutes. I am going to ask you to ask me questions as we go through. So I'll try and answer any questions that you ask. One of the things I can bring is insight into
what the hell's going on in government at the moment. So I'll be trying to be quite candid, so not that A, there's no press in the room, and B, of course, what I say. But I can give you a kind of insight into where we are, and also some insights into kind of government thinking around fraud against local government as well. So it's not just central government. So here we go. So the PSFA, the Fraud Authority, was kind of born from what was the counter-fraud function for government, which was that itself was started in 2016. I think I've been in Cabinet Office since 2019. You can see from my bio, I was an HMRC for 20 odd years before that. So my background is investigation, and within PSFA around data analytics and services, which I'll come on to. But basically, one of the reasons why PSFA was launched in the first place was the feeling that ministers had around how COVID fraud was handled. So quite timely, very much of the COVID inquiry. I'm sure, well, I don't know if I'll be members in it, but I'm sure people I know will be. And that was a kind of a very challenging time where, for us and our agenda, it actually worked out quite well because so many things around public sector fraud were flagged, so many meetings across government, so many myths busted around where departments had capability but they didn't, etc., etc. All the stuff around government uses data really well, no it doesn't. So all these things kind of came into my head, which required something that was going to be new. And so this is what we've had here, is kind of the start of the key principles as to what the PSFA is all about. The first thing is that we'll have greater focus on performance and outcomes. Now that sounds very bland, but it's incredibly controversial, really challenging. What that means is how much departments are investing in counter-fraud capability and what that counter-fraud capability actually does. So that's very much around return on investment. That's around what is your target, what are you doing to bring the level of fraud down. Quick question, does anyone know what the level of, well, our assessment of the level of public sector fraud is, latest figure? Let's play maybe cars right, or whatever it was, Brucey time. So higher or lower than 20 billion? Hands up for higher. Higher. Higher or lower than 30 billion? Higher? Wow, I'm getting all this out. So between 33 and 52 billion. That is the assessment for the amount of money that's lost in the central government. And so trying to get, how do you change that paradigm? How do you change that and get that lower? Really, the only way to do that is to make departments who own this spend accountable for what they're doing. So it's a kind of a sea change. There's very few departments that actually have a target. Again, I got by the game again. I think when we started doing this, there was 4. And even one of those targets are a bit movable. So trying to nail targets down to people, trying to get people to deliver them is a sea change. That's the key thing. The second thing is around increased depth and breadth of support. Grounding providing services. So when we first started, I worked very closely with the Balance Back Loan scheme. I was going to say close to my heart, but it really isn't. But I spent a lot of time working on it and trying to put the genie back in the bottle. When that was launched, the COVID loan scheme, that was £90 billion worth of spend. It was thrown out, sorry, that was in program, pushed out at pace to be able to support businesses with a very, very good policy intent, very, very good reasons why they want to do it. Don't argue that, that's the way that we did it. So what we found at that point is that when it came to designing a £90 billion scheme, there wasn't a single person involved in the conversations around that that knew anything about fraud. They had, the department business had 2 people in their counter fraud team. They were completely overwhelmed. It wasn't their fault. And so the whole point of this is around learning from that and trying to make sure that the right level of expertise and service provision is available for people when they need it. That's the aspiration. We'll need to be funded a lot more than we are at the moment to get there. But that is kind of a key tenet. So the reason why it's important is before COVID, the counter-fraud function was very much a policy thing. It set policy, it set standards, things like the government counter-fraud profession, things like that. It set those standards. Increasingly, PSFA in COVID and post-COVID is about service provision. So it's not just about setting a target and expecting a department to do something to that target. It's also about helping them where you can. So it's the kind of the yin and the yang. And then the final thing is very important and
incredibly difficult to land. So for those of you who don't know, PSFA was supposed to launch on a particular day. We had big fanfare on it. We had invited loads of stakeholders, vol-au-vents and sandwiches and everything to a location in somewhere. And the night before, our then Minister Jacob Rees-Mogg pulled the plug on launch. The reason was there were certain things that he wanted to be in the PSFA's mandate that gave it teeth the Treasury didn't want at that time. So we pulled it and looked away. Luckily, we managed to do a lot of kind of negotiation in the background, and a week later, I think it was, we actually had that was our phone launch, and we had a real launch. No buffet on that occasion because we blown the budget. But that was very much about getting the Treasury and Cabinet Office into the right space. So we now asked both of them. Beforehand, we were just Cabinet Office, now we're Cabinet Office and Treasury. And that matters in terms of two things. One, funding, Treasury needs to be your friend if you want to get your funding. But also, to be able to make sure that the departments are getting funding, departments are making business cases to count for the resource, or departments want to launch a new scheme, they have to do it based on certain rules whereby we're involved and we sign it off. So there's a thing called an initial fund impact assessment, which is a new kind of risk assessment. Every single piece of government spending should have that. And if it doesn't have that, Treasury won't sign on the dotted line, and if we say it's rubbish, Treasury won't sign on the dotted line. So it gives them genuine teeth to try to get things to happen. So what I'm asking now. So this is the mission. I'll just go through very quickly, but definitely about modernising the fraud response. So that's very much around practices and tools and technology, building expert services that I mentioned before, that's the bit that I said, developing capability, which is the kind of profession, putting performance at the heart of the public sector for the conversation. That is probably the most critical thing to actually get people to sign up to that. This one at the bottom, it's a bit cheesy, I didn't choose the word in for this, to be seen as the beacon for their expertise, that's a bit cringe, but the point being that you want to have experts leading the conversation. Now, for those of you, I'm not asking politics, but for those of you who watch the COVID inquiry, I'm sure you've been watching with great interest Dominic Cummings, very entertaining in terms of the interaction with him and how that worked within government. I never met him, but I was involved in some of those things at the time. But as much as there was a lot of crazy talk at the time, what was not crazy was the idea that the expert in the subject is the person who should be spoken, should be listened to. So we had yesterday Patrick Collins, today we have Chris Whitty talking about in COVID it should have been about the science, not the politics, it should have been about the science. When it comes to devising a scheme, it should be about what do you want the scheme to do and how to stop them from being ripped off and doing it. They should be conversations and the expert was in the room. So as much as it pains me to say that, I do actually agree with Dominic Cummings that expertise is a value and the public sector should invest in it. So that's what that last thing is trying to do. I will whip through some of these. So this is our map. So what the purpose of this slide is just literally to say, before COVID we had zero team. All we could do was influence. So we could say, your scheme's really bad, you need to make it better, here's some ideas to do it, here's an operating model we designed for you, and nobody had any obligation to pay any attention to that whatsoever. What we found, and this is again with the expertise thing, that actually when you're right, and it turns out post facto you were right, people do then listen because they're like, maybe we should have done that. And so we managed to write that into the mandate. Now the mandate is important because it's agreed by all departments. There's not a single permanent secretary out there that can say, I don't agree with this because they signed up to it. And what that does, it gives us teeth to be able to say, right, there's certain things that you have to do, there's certain obligations that you have, and there's certain roles and responsibilities that the PSFA will have on you, including scrutinising your performance, providing feedback. I have to write feedback for permanent secretaries around how they've managed their fraud risks during the year. That goes to their performance contract, that impacts on their bonuses and on their pay. We do briefings for the public accounts committee, we speak closely to the National Audit Office. All these sorts of things, all underpinned by an additional set of powers that comes from the mandate. This is kind of the model that we have, basically devised into, it's slightly more simple, slightly more simplified, basically services, which is data services, which NFI is one, come on that in a minute, risk threat prevention service that we launched, say April this year, May this year, ministerial launch, and that provides risk assessment services, prevention services, all that sort of stuff, and enforcement, which is the other thing I'm working on, which is trying to launch a central government enforcement unit to pick up all cases that nobody else picks up, of which there's loads. So that's the thing we have at the moment. We've also got performance and capability. Performance is where the targets are set, where the functional standards assurance is there, where all the CDR reporting, etc. happens. And then we have practice standards and capability, which is about setting standards and the profession, apprenticeships, etc. And then we have policy, core services is our kind of support network, and policy is making sure that our policy is aligned with wider government policies like the fraud strategy, like the infinite crime plan, etc. So we can't operate in isolation. Right, I'm going to just bomb through these, just conscious of time. So, you can probably tell by the quality of the slides that I didn't do these, but I did do that one. So, I'm sorry, so it's TV. It's so TV, I can't do it here. Part of the reason why it's so TV is because we've got so many modern objectives that we've published, which is something, a conversation we've had with our CEO, because we have 27 of them, which makes it very, very difficult and very challenging. But the reason why I set this out is just really to make the point. We can talk about as many of them as you want, but to really make the point that actually there is something powerful about being brave enough to publish your targets, to publish your objectives, and then publish your performance against them. As I said, hardly anybody does that in government. It's, like I said, I came from HMRC, and we used to have, when I was there in the Fraud Investigation Service, we used to have the 1,000 charge decision target. So it was a bit of a pointless target, because you could do 1,000 easy ones, or you could do 100 difficult ones. It doesn't really make much difference in terms of the impact on the fraud position. But it was a target, it was tracked, it was published, and it was measured. We'd also have a yield target of £6 billion worth of yield. And if any of you, has anyone from HMRC here, by the way, before I say what I'm about to say? Right. Well, when you, please don't record this, but you'll see when you get to these sort of targets, you get the kind of the magic numbers. It's not like it's actually cashing back. It's not 6 billion back into the coffers, which is what most businesses think it is. It's, well, we stopped a container of cigarettes that was £1 million, but we think that would be carried on for another 12 months, so actually it's a £13 million saving. It's all that sort of stuff. So you have to be very careful about what these numbers mean, etc. But from our point of view, this is where it kind of lands on me, is the acting head of services and chief operating officer. The first one, deliver 185 million in audited benefits. Now, this is an interesting thing, I just said about HMRC. So we provide those services, NFI being one of them, we provide the bounce back loan analytics service to banks, and we track the certain things that we can claim, certain things we can't. We can claim prevention, we can't claim detected, we can claim detected and recovered, so that's actually cashing back. But we have that target, and that target is that those numbers are independently audited every year, so it's not I can't make them up, they have to pass scrutiny before they get published. So last year we delivered 311 against 185 million, which when my boss talks about this, it's almost as if it just happened, it was just easy peasy. It really wasn't, it was really bad, it was a lot effort. But the point of that is to say, if we can do it with 100 FTE and a budget of 16 million quid, then your DWPs and the big players should be able to have confidence to publish their target. So it's not so much around actually the completion of the target, it's about being brave enough to do it in the first place, and that is the direction that we're going in. I'll just pick out a few. I mean, I'm just trying to think in terms of the kind of the population we've got here. So there's a lot about the enforcement unit. The enforcement unit is a challenge for me because the government decided not to back our big powers. So I'm now building an enforcement unit that doesn't have any powers. So when you then play that back into the policy world, what you get is you need to be creative, you need to be imaginative. So we're in the process of trying to do that. But we have got a shed load of cases where no one's picking them up, and if we don't do something with them, doing something with them is better than doing nothing. There's loads of stuff. Now, what I want to talk about, just because it's my hobby, but also just what I'm responsible for, is the data analytics side of the house. So you can see here, create and deploy a single network analytics platform on 3 public bodies and create 5 test models. Sounds a very, very working target,
But what that is a direct piece of learning that we had from COVID time. So in the bounce back loan scheme, at the beginning, it was really obvious because there was loads of it, loads of dark web stuff about it, organised crime was having the scheme. What you couldn't see was the capability and technology we had at the time was how you can detect it and get them back. Now, before COVID, we had done a data analytics pilot through the Digital Economy Act powers that looked at companies' house data to HMRC data. And what that demonstrated was, for HMRC's purposes, which is for looking at mini umbrella companies as a tax evasion mechanism, you can uncover loads of connections between businesses if you look properly. And so the network analytics is all about that. You can use it for lots of different things, but we've used it for businesses. And that identifies tons of interrelationships between individuals and businesses, creates networks. If you then overlay that with serious organised crime data, HMRC fraud data, all the character fraud data, however you want to do it, you then get networks and you can see the toxic entities are, you can see how many hops away various people are. That is an interesting, for me as a data person, that's an interesting thing conceptually. What we found really importantly, is just something for you to have to think about in terms of how you can use data, is that we took that to the banks, and the bounce back loan scheme, the banks were the front line. It was a delegated scheme for banks to live on behalf of government. That creates a huge problem for them, because government doesn't actually see any of the data that the banks have. I thought when they announced it, this is going to be great, we're going to get into transaction monitoring, we're going to know what's going through accounts, and none of that. What you just get is kind of airline coming back. But by doing this, and by getting the banks together, we can show them the network where they were exposed, and we can say to them, we can test from the data found, because all you ever is the banks are great, the banks will find everything. And actually, what we found was that we could find everything that they found was about 40% that they hadn't found, because they didn't have this view. And so we utilised that, brought them all together, came up with different ways of working to be able to actually get them to share intelligence they don't usually do, to be able to find fraud in their systems. It's been highly successful. So what we're seeing with the single network analytics platform is, rather than looking backwards at what's happened previously, we take that learning and pivot it to look forward as a preventative model, and that's what we're building. The 5 models, I can't remember where they are, it's completely, but it's conflict of interest, serious organised crime, phoenixing, suspicious formations, and there's another one, I can't remember. And it's interesting here when you talk about the Economic Crime Transparency Act. One of the big things that comes out of that is the company's house getting powers. Is exactly right. How can you have a company register with no verification, no checks, no nothing? I mean, again, let's just say that was a lesson learned from COVID. But what they've got the powers, what they don't have at the moment is the insights to be able to find the cases, and that's what they're going to be on board. They are on board as one of our first use cases to provide that service. So hopefully that will work well in due course. So I mentioned the risk prevention service. That's a primary thing. That's for us to be able to help departments and help our customers to be able to understand the level of fraud risk that they have. That's on an individual basis. We've then later on, I think it says on there, we've got the global fraud risk assessment and high fraud risk portfolio. We did a global fraud risk assessment during COVID. We did it for a very specific purpose, which is partly for any staff, how are we going to make sure we're working on the right things. It was totally inward-facing, it had nothing to do with the rest of the government. It was useful because when it goes to the Public Accounts Committee and we get battered for why did you do this work on this particular scheme and not that one, we were able to say higher risk, lower risk, and we made that into a risk-based consideration. This global fraud risk assessment is much more challenging because if you think about COVID, there's like 300 odd schemes. It's a lot, at least it's a finite number. Whereas when you're talking about all government spending, it's like a magic porridge pot that just goes on forever. So trying to find to make sure you've covered everything is really difficult. And the concept here is you go from the global fraud risk assessment, which is the aggregated position of risk across all government, and from that you pick out the absolute caucus where you really need to apply sort of additional stuff. So it might be a very, very high risk scheme. It might be a thematic. So for instance, a common issue in government data work a sole trader. Because sole trader, everyone knows, probably knows, but sole trader data is always in arrears. What they're doing now, you can't check for whatever it is, 18 months. Very difficult to do it. HMRC struggle with it, DWP struggle with it in respect of universal credit. They struggle with it in the bounce back loan scheme, so it's just a common thing. So that's the sort of thing that will go on to the fraud risk portfolio, and that will then lead to a cross-government task force, which is one of the things we started with the sole trading work, to be able to bring all the interested parties together to try to do more stuff on that. I will just plough on very quickly. These are just general things. I can circulate these slides. All of these slides I think are on .uk, so there's nothing controversial in any of these. I will stop just there, just to ask, are there any questions? Because I know I've rambled, trying to make the time, so I've tried to do the corporate thing as well. But from the position that we're in, we are in the centre of government, so we do kind of get quite a lot of sense as to the way in which the winds are blowing, how ministers are thinking, how the opposition is thinking, what the future may be, etc., etc. So if you do have any of those sorts of questions, I can offer my opinion on that. And also in terms of local government, I'll just offer this anyway. We are seeing questions being asked now around, does the PSFA cover local authorities? To which the answer is no, apart from the fact that the MFI supports those local authorities, and that's where a load of our 185 million target comes from. So it's a kind of a mixed economy at the moment, but there is a genuine question. You see the Home Office with a whole load of work and working with the police forces and the NCA, looking at fraud against the individual. You've got the Economic Crime Transparency Act, looking at businesses, lots of stuff there, lots of stuff in the central public sector, not supporting local authorities. And those questions, and the questions that I asked when I was the Cabinet Office 4 years ago, I don't get looking at procurement in central government contracts and looking at procurement fraud in local government contracts. There was an exercise which you may be aware of. This is ages ago. I remember this because I was working. I was in HMRC in the North East, so I became aware of it. It was a North East based pilot, which basically very simply maps the organised crime group mapping that NCA have against procurement list of people, procurement contracts across some of these 7 local authorities, one of which was Durham. And they incredibly, they got hits. They were core number ones on the OCGM tracking, and we also directed companies that were getting contracts. And this is one of the reasons why I think network analytics is so important, because for arguably most proper criminals won't do that. Most proper criminals will please give us the direct down of control from afar. So procurement fraud is about getting under the skin of who's really procuring, who's really taking for this. And to do that, you need to know who the network is. You can't just do it on a binary match, it needs to be more complex. But there is a big question, not only it's a big push yet, but certainly something we're thinking about for the next SR period, about do we bid for funding to do either a PSFA for local authorities or expand the scope or do something more, because it's like with fraud, it's whack-a-mole, we sort of here, it's just a problem over here. And so we need to have something that's more joined up and more effective. So I'll shut it down, I'll answer any questions you've got, as long as it's not about Don Cummings. Any questions? Yeah, okay.
How do you get this oil because we were reading?
I suspect that's a loaded question, but I'll answer it as close as I can. Depends on who you talk to. So if you talk about ministers, they loved it. They couldn't get on with it because it was like a big announcement, a big step forward. It was able to do lots of things with very little investment. I mean, that's so cheap at half the price and all that. When it comes to the relationship with departments, that's a different thing because, one of the greatest challenges I have in the bounce back loan world is I start all the senior governments for the whole scheme and all the stuff that happens, but I also provide services to them. So on the one hand, I'm very helpful, on the other hand, I have to be very challenging. That's not an easy tightrope. To do that successfully, you basically have to have very good relationships with people, because sometimes you can be very helpful and sometimes you can be complete pain, and they have to know that it's not you, it's just like the mafia, it's just business, it's not personal. I think when it comes to imposing a target on someone, imposing a target on the department, that's a very different conversation. Luckily, I don't really have to do too much of that, but you're asking a department that's never had a target and never really been held to account really on anything to suddenly not only have a target, but to publish it and to have the NAO dragging through, really looking at the detail of it. And that is a massive cultural change. So just in terms of the journey, we started off with our return on investment was like 50 to 1, I remember 50 to 1, 1 to 50. Anyway, for every pound we spend, we get £50 back. So it's a big, and the data work is quite not easy, but it's easy to do like that. We started off saying we think the partner should have a 10 to 1 return. That then quickly became a 3 to 1 return. Then became, in some cases, we'll just wash your face and get your money back. And then in some cases, we'll just have a go. So you basically have to, and the Ministry of Appetite changes depending on who it is and what the arguments are, but you kind of also, you don't damn people to failure. You want it to be a journey that they can build on year, and they can sell that to their ministers per sector. At the same time, it has to be meaningful. And if they're spending, DWP is spending being invested in 500 million, you should expect to know what you're going to get for that 500 million, because it was a business case was written that promised it. And so it's not that difficult to say, well, you promised 2 billion, so that's your target. You think, well, that's the conversation. So I think in some ways very positive, in other ways very not positive, but it's a journey, and you never, literally throwing out all the cliches here, you're never going to make it all like that cracking so you're going to have to accept the journey isn't going to be easy, it's going to be bumpy, but if it's the right journey, then people get them in. Great question, thank you. Any other questions?
I've worked in you actually take it as a real, and then it starts. I think this is a such a problem, the law,
yeah.
Also, when I start doing that, so start giving how the
Well, I'll say yes. And I think there's a vulnerability. So, politically, the government of the day was in charge during COVID with a lot of money was lost to fraud. That's a problem. There's all kinds of ways they can excuse it or argue away, but it remains a problem and vulnerable. If you looked at the leadership election between, particularly Liz Truss, Kerry Blacklock, and Rishi's record on fraud got touted loads all the time. Rishi reached work in the Labour Party conference. So I don't think fraud is going to go away as an issue, particularly as Ian said, particularly as the scale of it. What you might find is, depending on the flavour of politics of the day, it might be more, well, we want to do something about corporate fraud, or what we want to do about the social housing or welfare fraud, or it might be actually, so what was the announcement yesterday? We're going to use AI to be able to target welfare fraud. So that's clearly where the current government is looking. And and there's a lot of work that's going on, it's kind of, not that AI so much, but in terms of how that can be improved. I doubt that there'll be a time limit on things, let's not bother because get away with it. But I think that there's potential, depending on who's in, as to whether or not is it a vote winner or a vote loser. Those are things that impact. The thing that we have to do for PSFA, which is not an easy thing to do, because we have to kind of walk a tightrope between, we are political because we're the creation of this government, we're in the centre of the Cabinet Office and Treasury, so we are by definition very political, but the agenda is not. And so the key thing is to be able to use ministers to get funding, to get decisions, without losing sight of the agenda. The agenda is like quite pure to this. The agenda is pretty pure, it's pretty dry to me as to whether it's right or not. And so that's how you kind of need to figure out. But it will depend on the head of the Cabinet Office thinks, what the Prime Minister, whoever he or she is, in a year's time and things. So just have to keep. They sound really cheesy, just keep the faith and keep doing it, because if you think it's right and the outcomes are good and you're doing it in an efficient, effective way, then there's some value it always comes back to me in terms of the taxpayers' money. You know, so I'm a taxpayer, everyone else here is a taxpayer. You know, it's unacceptable to waste it. It's unacceptable for people to make it. So, you know, that just takes my very simplistic brain box. So, any other questions? Just conscious that I did completely fail to comment on. Right, I think need any questions which I know the cap office Government UK, more than happy to answer them. I'll see if I can send the slide now. Thanks very much.
Just wait for the links to get the group session. 2 minutes. And then we'll go on to the stage next speaker.
Session in the other room to finish, so just a few minutes and then we'll be back in. I've been informed that it's finishing and they're on their way now, so I'll just keep them waiting.
Okay, I think we will press on. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for our final session today. For those who don't know me, my name is Scott Corner. I'm the manager of the Captain 14 here at Oxford, also known as the Oxford Investigation Service. This year, as you probably know, marks our 8th year of the Module 4 conference, which is something I'm very proud of. Every single year, I've been chairing and hosting today, but this year I decided to hand that privilege over to one of my investigation officers, Mr. Richard Farrow. I think you agree has done an excellent job today. Thank you, Rich. Not only is Richard younger and thinner than me, but he's a lot easier to regard. So don't worry, we're not place in the future. So, as I said, the final session today, and I specifically want to introduce this for 2 reasons. Firstly, we're very much looking forward to learning a bit more about AI. I doubt that the person in the room has the direct interaction with AI in the last 24 hours. Technology has come of leaps and bounds in the last decade, and you can't tell them the need without doing something about it. But AI as a concept in itself has been around for years, and it's featured in many films over the years. Trouble is, with it's featured in films, it's normally trying to wipe out the human race, or a slave master goes bidding. So my first memory of AI was I would have been to see a film as a youngster at the cinema in 2001, Space Odyssey. Now, the space station on which President Trump took part had an Alexa-type intelligence to it. It is integrated throughout the spaceship, and it monitors and controls the system, just like Alexa does with our smartphones. Invariably, it turns on the astronauts and tries to kill them. Now, who can remember the name of AI on that ship? Hal. If you said Hal, put your hands up. Everybody, your hands up. You're really, really old. But then so many films followed that way. AI was the bad guy. Terminator, Westworld, Blade Runner, War Games, iRobot, just to name a few. Pretty much right up to date, the new Mission Impossible film, then reckoning has got AI as the bad guy. So that's the first reason I wanted to decide about the next presentation. I want to know how long we've got left before machines take over. And the second reason is because the session is being led by Darren Davis from the London Borough of Harrow. And for the last 30 years, Darren has been my very best friend in the whole wide world. This is part take up. That nearly changed in 2009, when as my first man, he turned up to a wedding on graduate. What a fool. So yeah, representing 1 week before, but that's obviously a story for another time. So, without further delay, please welcome from Microsoft, Managed Mystery, and from London Borough of Harrow, Darren Davis.
Thanks everyone. Well done, you made it to the last session of the day, so good on you. The classroom are drinking part of this day. So for those who don't know me, my name is Darren Davis, as Scott said. I work for Harrow Council. I head up the user support and technology adoption team. So essentially, we build devices, we fix devices, we also teach people how to use them. And what we've done is we partnered with Microsoft around using AI to try and generate some easier and some simpler ways of doing our work, essentially. So if you're repeating lots of tasks, we need to do lots of big intelligence work, there's some really great work. So at the end of the room, I'm not the poor man as Keir Starmer. I am actually Darren Davis from Harrow, and that's for those who don't know. For those who do know me, I guess the question is going to be, why is my name Intelligence in the same sentence from the same slide? But I brought that up with me from Microsoft to take us through that. Now, as with all the other speakers, we're going to try and sort of push this forward a little bit, so we're not going to go in a huge deep dive. But I do want to talk about what actually is generative AI. And generative AI is ChatGPT-esque. Okay, it's not the only other brand exists. Okay, But what is it? And is it different? Is it different to machine learning? It is. It's absolutely different. Generative AI generates content. That's the key thing around it. And the way it does it, these are the buzzwords you need to remember. It uses large language models. We have to teach it to be able to speak. It's a program. It's nothing more than a program, and it's a very big program. And we'll talk about how it's grown so quickly, essentially. But really, it generates content. The other thing it does is it uses natural language prompting. So when we talk to it, it needs to understand our natural language to do things for us. And I think that I'm hoping that we'll manage to this as well. One of the key things is we still have to drive it. Skynet has not taken over, so we'll keep referencing all the old films and show our ratings, but it's not taken over. It's co-pilot. We have to drive it and tell it what to do. And that's where we want to stay at the moment. Machine learning is just a machine learning what you're asking it to do on a regular basis. It's not generating content for you. So generative AI is the key thing. Large language models and natural language processing is a couple of the takeaways there. So where's it come from? Why the sudden growth? The sudden growth really, and I'll talk about the growth, I've got a slide after this actually which shows it a bit easier. But the combination of technical advancements, the availability of data, and I think of the Internet of Things now. I think I've got a watch on my arm which knows more about me than I do. My phone has got every piece of my life in it. And whilst we don't share the individual data, what the big companies, Microsoft being one of them, will do is they'll take some of those anonymized information and build their data around it. Supercomputers have come out of the last, cloud computing has come out. So it's just driven this massive growth in the ability to garner data and put intelligence on top of it. And that's what programming does. So we need to look at the key one is ChatGPT, is the other in the room. We're going to talk about Copilot, not ChatGPT. But that was launched in November 22. By January, 100 million users signed into it. That's 13 million users per day. If we look at the next slide, we take that into context. It took nearly probably 16 years, it took 16 years to get to the point where mobile phones were adopted by over 100 million users. Internet 7 years since it rolled out, Facebook 4.5 years, but ChatGPT in 3 months. 100 million users in 3 months. It ain't going anywhere, and your guys are already using it in your organisation. We'll talk about that a little later. And we're doing bad cop, good cop today. As Scott said, I spent 27 years in fraud before I went into data protection and cyber security, and now I do frontline IT delivery. So I know a little bit about fraud. I've done it. I also created the first ever computer forensics team, which is a Brent Council. We go outsold that service. So I'm a techie, but I'm a fraud techie. So I've got some ideas about where these risks come in. And it's the speed and efficiency and the analytics of using this data that we should be worried about fraud. Okay, it can take massive data. In fact, if you think about the transparency where you guys in your local authorities, every single quarter you're going to publish online all of your big spending that's coming out over the next quarter or just happened. So I can now get all that information, throw that into a generator and start to get some facts and details out. And this is not going to be left by PowerPoint. Most of the sessions will be done by actually showing you stuff that it brings out. But speed, efficiency, anonymity, already voice generators are to the point where fraud has occurred because the CEO's voice has been mimicked and it's been spoofed and it's being used to then start make calls to people in the business and say, by the way, I need to do X, Y, Z. There's some free generators out there we can generate your own voice. It's really quite fun. I recommend doing it. But also, if you think about phishing, at the moment in phishing, most people are doing it manually. So the manual stuff's going out there. But with this growth in this AI and the ability to spoof phone numbers or email addresses, it can be done at such a scale we're never going to be able to catch up with it unless we start to harness the ability to use our AI for our account for productivity. Okay? So there's some key risks there. What can we do about it? And I think the key thing is where is the AI being used? Where is it in the business already? Because it is absolutely already there. I already use things like ChatGPT. I've got an interview tomorrow. I'm interviewing a young lad. I just said, write me 10 questions for an IT engineer. Bam, don't need to think about it. So it's my personal assistant, and that's when it starts to do for me. You can then, as we get into the deep dive, manage to see some of the other things that you can do as well. But what we need to do as fraud or risk, we need to put some processes in place to make sure that we're safe in the use of this. Now, the boring stuff is at the bottom of the policy, it's not training, but establish where it's being used, but ensure the humans have overview of the decision. So if we start to build into some of our processes, some of our, your HR systems, your finance systems, we need to make sure we have the sign-off element for a human. Limit personal information shared. We must say that at the moment it's free to use Bing. Bing has an AI built into it, ChatGPT. Do not put any personal information into ChatGPT. That's the same. Just throw it out and say, go through and have a look at it. Yeah? So limit what you put in there. Optimize your software using the latest practice. That's a no-brainer. Your IT teams are always going to tell you that. But change your passwords. If any of you signed into ChatGPT since November, in January there was a massive data leak of 100,000 emails and passwords for access to ChatGPT. Change your passwords and do that regularly. In fact, the SEC's requirement on passwords is don't change it unless it is broken. Make it suitably complex once, and keep that, keep it, don't keep changing it. Because as you know, it becomes a nightmare trying to keep that up. Plagiarism checkers are now starting to grow. Ethics as well around AI is one of the really key things that's coming out as well. So for plagiarism checkers, you may need to start bringing those in if you're looking for job interviews, applicants for jobs, etc. as well. Policies are boring stuff, but we've already put the policy in. The policy should be, if you're using generative AI to do some of your work, it's probably quite good to tell you you're doing that. Although there's a big argument that it's so good that you're telling it to do it, I wouldn't tell someone that my apprentice did my work for me. So why would I do it if I was using generative AI? Okay, so it's just a question. I personally think that transparency is the thing that's going to build trust in that. And staff training. At your next TV, download ChatGPT instead of having play with it. Try and test the ethics on it. Because at the moment you say, give me the best tenancy flaw that I can possibly do and make sure I never get found out. It's going to come back and say, I can't do anything illegal, I'm not allowed to do that, I don't have that ability. And I think the takeaway really is just understand, play with it, embrace it. You're already using it. If you've got Alexa or Siri or Jeeves or any of these other products already, they are AI-based. They're not generative AI because they're just replicating different statements that have got built in already, machine learning. But get used to it, start using it, understand it as it's coming in. That's all I'm going to take you through, so that's the risk of it. I'm going to show you the rewards. Rewards is absolutely key. So I will hand you over to Manish. Manish is going to take you through some demonstrations, and we'll see some of the cool stuff that's going to make your life easier. Thank you.
Good day, maybe finished. So my name is Manish Mistry. I'm from Microsoft. I work with public sector customers and public sector organisations up and down the country. I myself am from Scotland, but I've come here especially just to speak with you today. So strap yourself in. I'm going to be covering quite a lot, but think of this the next time you open up a blank Word document, or an Outlook email, or a spreadsheet. And think about what I'm about to show you just now, and to see how far we've gone. At Microsoft, we mentioned this thing called Microsoft 365 Copilot about 8 months ago. So it's been, from internally, it's been about 12 months. This is the fastest I've seen Microsoft move in producing some software which is available to you on a daily basis in the applications that we're using. So I'm going to show you what these are in a little bit more detail. So let's go through some of the applications where you're going to see this AI capability, because it's not going to take over the world, but not in the way that Terminator does. That's Microsoft. But let's think about the applications. So we've got Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, Teams. What's the next logo after Teams on the screen? Anybody? I don't know what the screen got. It's Loop, Microsoft Loop. Yeah, it's a whiteboard. Right, okay. So these are the applications where you're going to see this AI capability come into play. And we have a little bit more on top of it. So we have those large language models. So this is about natural language. This is taking the inputs that you may be seeing in search and coming back to you in a natural language format. So I had to figure out what does a language model mean. So I think of Mary had a little. Thank you very much. And of course, for Darren. Right. So that was a probability of the next word which was going to happen. Now think of that for billions and billions of different documents, of different sentences, of different words which are coming together. And you start to get this natural language, plus a lot of computing in the background. The next one there is about your data. So this is where it becomes really useful. You'll see this. This is about questions that you're asking the service, and it's coming back to you based on what you know already, based on the conversations you've had in Outlook, the conversations you've had in Teams, the meetings that you've been in, the contacts that you have, all of this coming together in a secure way. The applications and also access to the internet. So this is what 365 Copilot is all about. And it's all underpinned by the security that you have in the services that you use at the moment. So what you have access to, the data which is going to be shown in the responses, can only be seen by you because you have permission to. And we have this format of responsible AI, that the response that you get and the questions that you ask are all governed by 6 principles of how a responsible AI system should work. I'm not going to go through that today. That's a whole conversation. But this is what this service is governed by. And here we're going to, this is what we're going to go through in these examples. We're going to look at meetings. How can we make our meetings more efficient? Let's look at data analysis. It's inside of files, inside of spreadsheets, inside of documentation. Let's gather some insights from it. Let's create some content. So we talk about that blank Word document. What can we do to support ourselves there? And about that email processing. Let me into a little secret. It's not a secret. When I got access to this 365 service, I locked myself away for a day and a half because I needed to understand how to talk with the service. I didn't attend meetings, I didn't take any calls, I didn't go outside my room, I didn't go out before anything to eat. Of course I did. But I locked myself in a room for a day and a half just to understand what it means to talk, have a dialogue with artificial intelligence. This was new for me, and it's going to be new for you, it's going to be new for your teams as to how we should approach this. And I hope we'll start to see things like that. So enough of the few slides I've got there in terms of what 365 Copilot is. Let me show you. Now, I'm not brave enough, my anxiety levels will go too high if I was to go through a demo, live demo. So I've recorded things, but these are all mine for the last couple of weeks. And this is to show you what this service does. So this first one is about inside of the meeting. So if you arrive at a meeting 10 minutes late, nobody does this. I'm sure everybody arrives on time. 10 minutes late, you need to know what the meeting is all about. Let's use Copilot to do that. At the end of the meeting, you need to generate the meeting notes. That's all the key points, the attendees, and also the actions. So how quickly can we get those up? And then you can start to understand more about that meeting. What if that meeting happened 2 weeks ago? Can we sit back down at that meeting and start to ask questions of that meeting? So this is what I'm going to show you all about. So this is Teams meetings. Hopefully you've been to a couple of them. So this is the Copilot interface. So the first thing I do here is I say recap meeting. So 10 minutes in, recap the meeting, and it goes away. I fast forward just a little bit. Now I've got the key points of that meeting. 10 minutes in, I've read the recap. I'm ready to go for the rest of the meeting. Now what about the end of the meeting? Let's generate the meeting notes. Same thing. I just use one of the prompts which is made for me. Generate meeting notes. It creates the key topics as they come up just now, and I see the action items. It knows who is speaking, so this is using the transcript. It's not recording, just the transcript. Being able to see what the key topics were, who talked about them, and what those action items are. But remember, this is a dialogue. You are having a conversation. So now, I'm going to ask, look at this properly, is what were the questions which were asked during that meeting? So now I can see, ask the question, and get a list of the questions, get a reference to the transcript of who asked the questions, and also, what were the responses to those questions? Who gave the responses? Now, the last one I've got here, I do sometimes, is who talked the most? So I'm sure we all know what the topics in our meetings are. But this is really interesting, understanding that I can see that Ryan. I know Ryan's always at the top there because he talks the most. And I've got Alejandro at the bottom there. So let me now go back to this meeting. By the way, I can attend this meeting. As long as I've got an invitation to it, I can have 2 or 3 meetings happen at the same time. I can prioritize that meeting and go back to it and get the notes from it. So this next prompt here is I want to understand who attended the meeting, what did they contribute to it. So now not only do we see this from a point perspective, we see this now from a person perspective. There's Ryan, Philippa, Harry, Alejandro, and Alex. And now we can see on a per-person basis what they talked about. Now, these notes can be generated in a matter of seconds. So if you struggle sometimes with meeting notes, if you're spending a half an hour, a day, 2 days before you get the meeting notes out, I can do this in less than a minute. So let's think about that as a time-saving exercise for everybody here, just in the room, to save that amount of time when it comes to minutes. So the next one we'll go through is around Outlook. So we have that Copilot service in Outlook. So being able to get a summary, I'm sure a lot of people here have been able to get these long email threads, and right at the last moment you get added to it, and I get to scroll all the way down and figure out what does that mean, the message actually mean. Let's get a summarization inside about 3 lines summarization. I want to speak now. The next part is about doing response. So using that Copilot service, using that AI service to draft a reply. So this is what it's all about. It's all about drafts. You're still in control of it. So let's just draft a reply to this email chain to him, just to say thank you for the volunteer. So I can change the tone, I can change the length as well. So we have one thing called make it point. I tried that once and never used it again. But here we go. Medium message based on the context of that message and the fact I asked for a thank you is giving me a response. Now let me regenerate it again in short format. By the way, you used Pip, that's Philippa's short name. It didn't use Philippa, which I thought was really good. So there you go. Message ready to go. I'll keep that. It appears inside my message, and it's up to me. So it's up to me. I have control of this to hit the send button. So there, that's an email sorted out using Copilot. Now, this is the reason why I locked myself away for a day and a half. Is you now create a story. These prompts now become a way of talking to the system, talking to the Copilot system about what you're looking for. So we're starting to give a description, a story. So in this story here, we have the business case. We're looking for a business analyst. We have a reason why we want to have that business analyst in place, and we want to put in the salary grade. That's all the information I've given here. And what I'm going to do inside of Word is hit the Copilot icon, paste in my prompt, and hit the generate button. So remember what I said about that black document. We're now in a position where we're not using a black document. We're here to start creating this business case. It's putting the right framework here. So we have the executive summary, the rationale, we have costs, we've got the benefits, we've got the skills and qualifications which are needed. It's creating the framework for me. It knows what a business case is, and it knows the information about business analysts. and is able to put the two together to create a 4-page business case. But it's still a draft. You're going to hit the keep button as we get to the end of it, and you still have to make changes to it. This is still your work. But my goodness, to get to this 4 pages from zero in just about a minute. Okay? Time saving, just on that one there. Anybody complete Freedom of Information Acts here? Yeah? No? Hey?
Yes. Yes, we do.
Right, Freedom of Information Acts, sometimes we get to do redaction. Redaction is a time-consuming service that we have to do. And, so what I want to show you here is let's see if we can redact a document. So get rid of all that personally identifying information inside of here. So let's get this one going. So I created this inside of Bing Chat Enterprise. So this is just a people report for a social worker called Asha, who works in Manchester. She works for a council who, and has a family. There's phone numbers in there. There's details of the cases that she works on, and information about her work like that. This is just a way to create personal information on a couple of pages. Let me create a new document, and inside of my prompt, what I do is I reference that original one, and then I put my prompt in. Just a really simple one about PII. I'm not going to say personally identified information, and hit the generate button. I've shown this to a few councils, and as it starts to generate information here, you can see that all that PII is being replaced with squares. Now, when I've been talking to these other councils, they say it takes hours to do this. Right? Another time, say, start to think about the efficiency here. You're recreating this document really quickly. This is a matter of minutes to put this together. And now I can start working on the bits that I need to do, which is more important to me and more innovative. We get a finite amount of effort that we have to go through during the day. We have so much effort we can do before we just call it quits. What I'm showing you here is you can start to address the balance of where that effort is. It can either be done on repetitive tasks, as Darren mentioned, or it can be done on really interesting tasks, really interesting activities that will be more beneficial to you and beneficial to your organization. So let me show you my last one here. I did the one, I've done this especially for this session, and it's about fraud and about data retrieval and investigation. So on this one here, I'm going to create a fraud impact assessment. And I've got a lot of information that I took classes on this one. So I'm going to use example data. I've put in this story about what this questionnaire should include in terms of the columns of information and some example information about the name and the email address of the person. This is what I'm doing as part of this questionnaire. What's this one got? So I'm inside the 365 chat. I need to know more about what does the fraud team do. So I look inside of here, and it will go away, and it will show me what the areas of the fraud risk assessment should include. This might be, you might see some of these, I've seen in the last session that we had here. But now I understand more about the sections that fraud risk assessment should include. So let me copy that, and let me put that into Word. Now, inside of Word, I've created a prompt which says, create this fraud risk questionnaire and include these particular sections in here. Now, you may already have a risk assessment in place, but what this is about finding those gaps. So using that large language model, all that understanding of risk assessments, fraud risk assessments that it already has in the system, and being able to use that as part of a local authority platform as well. So having the two together. This took 1 minute 42 seconds to put together, but this covers all of those different sections inside this risk assessment. It's also completed the rating And an example, just for the sample data for this session up here, what it will quickly do now, as I just press the fast forward button, is it puts all these different tables together of the data. And as a fraud and risk assessment team, how much of this haven't you included? Do we need to include some of these sections? So this is what we mean about creation. It's about looking maybe some gaps that you've not looked at already. So there we go, I'm going to keep this one. And I'm going to do one more thing on here. Once we've gathered all of these risk assessments, what if we had a way of finding out where, as a fraud team, we should be focusing our efforts on these different directories? So let me reference these risk assessments. I've only got one in this case, but I reference it. It will split the result into the different sections. It will give me the scoring of those different sections, and it will tell me where I should focus and why I should focus on it as part of my fraud team. So that's really good. So using this as a way to start to, like I said, redress that balance and focus as to where we should be as individuals and also as a team, we're able to do that here. So imagine this now, we've got those total scores, but we have different directions, different teams, different areas that we need to focus on, and we can start to build that picture inside of here. Now these are prompts, so these are the ways that we're told to do it. I haven't got enough time to go through them all. But what we've started to do inside of Microsoft, inside our team, is we create a library of prompts. I don't have to do this now again and again and again. I just need to go to our OneNote notebook, copy and paste the prompt, and just put that through the system. So again, as a team, we're saving time because we're not focusing on that repetition, we're focusing on the results we want to get out. So just to finish up here, what I've shown you here today it's about that catch-up. We're now getting those meetings done quickly, we're getting those emails looked at in a more efficient way. And by the way, there's a little part of the argument where if you've been away for 2 weeks, it will tell you that the top 5 emails you should look at based on who sent them, what the context were, and the network, that connectivity that they have to you. So there's prioritization just coming around the corner. I've shown you the create, so creating content from scratch. And I've asked just a couple of questions about what do I need to do with this? What's the why? What's the where? Why do you come up with these results? And we start to have this conversation. It's a fascinating thing. If you have access to Bing Chat Enterprise, you should really give this a go. This is the secure version of Bing Chat and ChatGPT. I know it's a Microsoft product, but it really helps on day-to-day to understand how you talk to this generative AI system. This is a new skill. You will learn it. You may not lock yourself away for a day and a half inside of a room, but it is really important. Sorry? Because I'm normal. But it's really important that as time moves forward, as we move quickly, as we reach 100 million users in 3 months, that we understand that this is the way. So thank you for listening to me. I know it wasn't that long, but I do have lots of other examples. If you've got any questions, let me know. And tell me in these cases, I'm really, really interested to know more. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, that's shocking, isn't it? It's actually quite definitely going to revolutionize the way we work. And I, for one, really want to learn more about it. So, yeah, I think it's time to cheer if we're not dead. Come back. Looking forward to that. Right, what a day. Incredible amount of speakers in the chat, and I'm truly grateful to all of them for giving us their time, the benefits of their experience and their expertise. I've certainly learned lots today, and I hope we can go too. Just a few final messages then before we can swiftly on to the drinks reception and the various prize draws. So the first big prize draw we've got is available just to the select few of you. Back in June, when we opened the booking for the conference, we said that one of the first 50 people to sign up would win £100 Amazon voucher. And that's the first one we're going to be drawing today. The only condition is you've got to be here
to win it. So if you think you're in with a chance, think you're an early booker, don't leave and go and just check it. After that, we're going to have the the exhibitors prize draw, where someone will win a spa day for two. So that's for those of you who handed in fully stamped exhibitors cards. And just a quick mention of the spa day for two. I don't want to name any names, but someone on my team kept asking me if they can enter that draw to win that. And I kept saying, no, they certainly can't. That's the delegate prize. So what else? We've got the crisis prize draw, and there's a table full of exciting items to be on there. No doubt you spotted that in the main pool. If you've not got a raffle ticket yet, there's still an opportunity to get one or increase your chances if you've already got tickets. There's still time. One of my team will be on hand to register for Chris, who's holding the raffle tickets in the card machine, just £1 per ticket, with all proceeds going to Crisis. The prizes for the Crisis raffle were all donated by our venue and very generous exhibitors. So I want to say a big thank you for helping us raise money for our favourite charity. Last year, the raffle managed to raise a respectable £422, which is great, but here at Oxford, we're all about continuous improvement, so please think deep and help us beat last year's figure. Now, from my perspective, this year's conference has been superb. Last year's event, which focused on fraud prevention, was going to be a tough act to follow, but follow what we did. I think that by keeping the exciting new format with the enhanced trade stand exhibition and the sessions in here, the breakout sessions, I think we've done again taking that another notch. That's just my perspective, and obviously I'm a bit biased, so I want to know what you thought about the event today as well. I want to hear what you liked, where you think we could make improvements, and what you'd like to get from us next year. So we'll email us feedback surveys to you tomorrow. So please do take the time to evaluate us, give us your ideas about how we can improve and what you'd like to see from us next. We want to stay at the cutting edge of the industry, so tell us what you think are your biggest fraud risks to your organisation, and we'll make sure that we attract out the industry experts and get them to speak to you next year. Last year, we incentivised the feedback survey by offering a £40 Amazon voucher to one person to complete the survey. Now, in one of the feedback surveys we had, one person provided us with the following comment, not about the event, but about the survey itself. A £40 Amazon voucher is a bit stingy. It should be £50. So there are two things that annoyed me about this. Firstly, it was just a bit rude. It takes less than 5 minutes to fill out that survey. And secondly, and this proves we truly do draw out the winner at random, the person who made that comment won the bloody voucher. So anyway, yeah, to show you if you listen to our feedback and act on it, this year's prize, £50. Stingy. Now, although our survey asked what we'd like from us next year, you don't need to wait until next November to see us in action again, because we jointly hosting the 3rd National Investigations Conference in 2024. The dates and venue are still a bit of a mystery at the moment. It's still a work in progress. The last 2 years' events took place in Birmingham Library, but it will be somewhere different for 2024, and we're looking to change things up. But it'll be in the general vicinity of the Midlands, so watch this space and we'll send out updates by email, LinkedIn, and it'll be on our website when announced. If you've not been to one of our National Investigations Conferences yet, it's similar to this event, but there are differences. Firstly, we deliver it in association with Dialogue, the National Investigation Officers Group, and with some of our private sector partners, Integra Business and ICS. The event earlier this year was a huge success, with 4 separate streams running on the whole of the second day, so that it was something very well. So as mentioned, we'll be emailing further details about that as the agenda evolves. I'd like to say again another huge thank you to our sponsors and exhibitors who just couldn't deliver this event without their support. And even if we could, the event would be nothing without your attendance and participation, so thank you for joining us today. Last but by no means least, our biggest thanks of all go to the team. Once again, they are the true heroes, working hard behind the scenes to plan and design this whole event every year from scratch and keep the engine running on the big day. We've now got 8 years experience of doing this now, but by no means a professional events company. So I think it's incredibly impressive that they put all of this together
and they managed to fit in around the database. So I would ask for any members of the Office of Investigation Service in the room, stand up, make yourselves known, take a bow. Thank you very much. And on the note, the moment we've been waiting for, it's time to formally draw the event to a close and head back to the main hall for the prize draws and table. The drinks reception is partly sponsored by NAFM, the National Anti Fraud Network. So thank you to them for their generosity in making that possible. Jim, just one last thing, would you please hand in your lanyards and delegate badges from the warehouse so we can use them. Thank you all so much for coming. Have a safe trip back. And Merry Christmas.